Ganesh sir, are we audible to you? K Ganesh sir, are we audible to you?
I can see and hear you clearly.
Please turn on your video, please. जगदीश चलाने को फोन करो. जगदीश चलाने. Keep your video on. Honorable PM shall be joining in next 2-3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Namaskar and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Shubhendu Ghosh. Welcome to this post-budget webinar. It is organized by Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Education, on the inspiring theme, Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, fulfilling aspirations of people. Let me extend a warm welcome to honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors, particularly education, health, hospitality, and sports. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi will address the webinar in a short while from now, covering diverse sectors, including education, health, Ayush, pharma, tourism, hospitality skills, and sports. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last of the webinars organized around the core theme of the Union Budget 2026-27. The objective is to translate the budget's strategic reforms into an actionable, outcome-oriented framework through wide-ranging consultations with ministries, academia, industry, civil society, and implementation partners. नमस्कार, सुप्रभात देवी और सज्जनों, मेरा नाम शुभेंदु घोष है। 2026 के पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार श्रृंखला के अंतिम वेबिनार में आप सभी का स्वागत है। ये वेबिनार शिक्षा मंत्रालय के उच्च शिक्षा विभाग द्वारा आयोजित किया गया है। इसका मूल मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, जन आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करना। कुछ ही देर में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी इस वेबिनार से जुड़ेंगे। वे शिक्षा, कौशल, विश्वविद्यालय टाउनशिप, दिव्यांगजन कौशल योजना, स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, फार्मा, पर्यटन, आतिथ्य कौशल और खेल संबंधी विषयों पर अपने विचार साझा करेंगे। ये वेबिनार केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 के तहत प्रमुख घोषणाओं के कार्यान्वयन के तरीकों पर विचार विमर्श करने के लिए प्रमुख स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ किया जा रहा है। वर्ष 2021 में अपनी शुरुआत से ही ये पहल संवाद, चिंतन और सामूहिक कार्रवाई के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच बन गया है। ये हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री और भारत सरकार की दूरदर्शी सोच को भी दर्शाता है, जिसके अंतर्गत प्रत्येक नीति, प्रत्येक सुधार और प्रत्येक बजटीय प्रावधान केवल एक वित्तीय प्रक्रिया नहीं है, बल्कि नागरिकों को सशक्त करने, संस्थानों को मजबूत बनाने और राष्ट्रीय विकास को गति देने का एक मार्गदर्शक है। इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार का उद्देश्य केंद्रीय बजट से उत्पन्न सकारात्मक गति को आगे बढ़ाना है, उसे बनाए रखना है, ताकि विभिन्न दृष्टिकोणों के माध्यम से बजट की गहरी और व्यापक समझ विकसित की जा सके। साथ ही सभी हितधारकों, स्टेक होल्डर्स में सहभागिता और स्वामित्व की मजबूत भावना विकसित करनी जाने वाली है, जिससे जनता की आकांक्षाओं प्रभावी रूप से ठोस परिणामों में परिवर्तित हो सके। सरकार के आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत 2047 के दृष्टिकोण के अनुरूप इन सत्रों को सामूहिक ज्ञान और व्यवहारिक विशेषज्ञता का उपयोग करने के उद्देश्य से किया गया है। Ladies and gentlemen, a diverse group of panelists and participants are joining us for the subsequent sessions from across India and the world, ensuring a rich and multifaceted discussion. The webinar brings together honorable ministers, senior officials, academicians, industry leaders, students, representatives from diverse sectors today, particularly from education, health, hospitality, and sports. Now, each of these stakeholders will be sharing their unique perspectives, experiences, and expertise, creating an environment of meaningful dialogue and knowledge exchange. By engaging voices from such varied backgrounds, the sessions are designed to foster collaboration, generate innovative ideas, and provide holistic insights into topics under consideration. The impact of these sessions, as expected, will be far-reaching. They are designed to foster joint preparations that draws on both global best practices as well as local experiences, ensuring that diverse expertise is effectively utilized. They will also enable credible action to remove bottlenecks, address challenges that are typically encountered during implementation, thereby strengthening the delivery of these flagship reforms. Most importantly, these sessions will facilitate timely completion of all preparatory measures so that execution can begin in earnest, translating vision into results and ensuring that benefits of the union budget reach the people swiftly and effectively. This webinar is a reaffirmation of our shared commitment to Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, building a future where governance is participatory, development is inclusive, and every citizen's aspiration finds fulfillment. इस वेबिनार में विभिन्न मंत्रालयों में आयोजित ब्रेकआउट सत्र होंगे। उच्च शिक्षा विभाग के अंतर्गत 5 सत्र, पर्यटन मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 4 सत्र तथा स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत 7 सत्र हैं। ये सत्र नवाचार और सहयोग के सशक्त माध्यम के रूप में कार्य करेंगे। इन सत्रों में विविध पृष्ठभूमियों से आए पैनलिस्ट और प्रतिभागी भाग लेंगे, जिससे समृद्ध और बहुआयामी चर्चा सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। इस आयोजन में मंत्रीगण, शिक्षाविद, छात्र, शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि, कॉर्पोरेट जगत के नेता, सरकारी संगठनों के अधिकारी तथा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधि भी शामिल होंगे। ये सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स अपनी विशिष्ट दृष्टिकोण, अनुभव, विशेषज्ञता साझा करेंगे, जिससे सार्थक संवाद और ज्ञान के आदान प्रदान का वातावरण तैयार होगा।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, मंत्रिपरिषद के माननीय सदस्यगण, विभिन्न मंत्रालयों एवं विभागों के अधिकारीगण, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधि, शिक्षाविद तथा इस वेबिनार से जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागी, आप सभी को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। सबका साथ सबका विकास, फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल की भावना से प्रेरित इस पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। आज आयोजित इस वेबिनार में शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, पर्यटन तथा आतिथ्य से संबंधित कुल 22 बजट घोषणाओं पर विस्तार से विचार विमर्श किया जाएगा। इसके लिए 16 ब्रेकआउट सेशन निर्धारित किए गए हैं, जिसमें लगभग 193 विशेषज्ञ भाग लेंगे। यह बजट वर्ष 2047 के विकसित भारत के हम सभी के संकल्पों को साकार करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, जो समावेशी विकास और नए अवसरों का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। अब मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से विनम्र निवेदन करता हूं कि वे इस अवसर पर हम सभी को अपना मार्गदर्शन दें और हमें आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा प्रदान करें। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी।
साथियों, बजट के बाद वेबिनार की इस सीरीज में आज ये चौथा और अहम वेबिनार है। फुलफिलिंग एस्पिरेशंस ऑफ पीपल, यानी जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति। ये केवल एक चर्चा का विषय नहीं है, ये इस बजट का मूल ध्येय और इस सरकार का संकल्प भी है। इन जन आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति का बहुत बड़ा माध्यम एजुकेशन, स्किल, हेल्थ, टूरिज्म, स्पोर्ट्स, कल्चर, ऐसे मूलभूत सेक्टर्स हैं। इसलिए इस वेबिनार में हम इन महत्वपूर्ण आयामों पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। बजट घोषणाओं के इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए इन विषयों से जुड़े सभी एक्सपर्ट्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स और स्कॉलर्स, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और मेरे युवा साथी, आप सभी के विचार और सुझाव बहुत अहम है। मैं आप सभी का इस चौथे बजट वेबिनार के इस सत्र में स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, भारत आज प्रिवेंटिव और होलिस्टिक हेल्थ के लिए एक विशाल विजन पर काम कर रहा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में देश का हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मजबूत हुआ है। सैकड़ों जिलों में नए नए मेडिकल कॉलेज खुल गए हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना, आरोग्य मंदिरों के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की पहुंच गांव-गांव तक बढ़ाई गई है। हमारे योग और आयुर्वेद पूरी दुनिया में पॉपुलर हो रहे हैं। आप सभी इसके विभिन्न पहलुओं पर संवाद अवश्य करेंगे, लेकिन एक अहम विषय जिसका मैं जिक्र करना चाहूंगा वो है केयर इकोनॉमी। आने वाले दशक में देश में सीनियर सिटीजन्स की संख्या तेजी से बढ़ेगी। इसके अलावा आज वर्तमान में दुनिया के कई देशों में केयर गिवर्स की भारी मांग है। इसलिए अब हेल्थ सेक्टर में लाखों युवाओं के लिए नई स्किल आधारित रोजगार के नए अवसर तैयार हो रहे हैं। मैं इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित हेल्थ सेक्टर के एक्सपर्ट से आग्रह करूंगा वो नए ट्रेनिंग मॉडल्स और पार्टनरशिप विकसित करने पर सुझाव दें ताकि देश में ट्रेनिंग इकोसिस्टम और ज्यादा मजबूत हो सके। साथियों, इसी से जुड़ा दूसरा विषय टेलीमेडिसिन का है। आज बड़ी संख्या में दूर दराज के क्षेत्र के लोग भी इसका लाभ उठा रहे हैं और विश्वास बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। लेकिन मैं समझता हूं इसमें अब भी जागरूकता और सहजता बढ़ाए जाने की बहुत जरूरत है। साथियों, पिछले एक दशक में देश के माइंडसेट में एक बड़ा परिवर्तन आया है। आज गांव, कस्बा, शहर की सीमाओं से परे भारत का हर युवा कुछ नया करना चाहता है। उसमें कुछ कर गुजरने का जज्बा है। नई पीढ़ी का ये नया माइंडसेट देश की सबसे बड़ी ताकत है, उज्जवल भविष्य की सबसे बड़ी पूंजी है। इसे कैपिटलाइज करने के लिए हमें अपने एजुकेशन सिस्टम को निरंतर आधुनिक बनाए रखना, अपग्रेड करते ही रहना है। नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने इसके लिए जरूरी बेस तैयार कर दिया है। अब बहुत आवश्यक है कि हमारे करिकुलम मार्केट की जरूरतों के हिसाब से अपडेटेड रहे। हमें हमारे एजुकेशन सिस्टम को रियल वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमी से जोड़ने की प्रक्रिया को और तेज करनी होगी। एआई और ऑटोमेशन, डिजिटल इकोनॉमी और डिजाइन ड्रिवन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ऐसे विषयों पर हमें फोकस और बढ़ाना होगा। साथियों, देश में एजुकेशन को एम्प्लॉयमेंट और एंटरप्राइज से जोड़ने की दिशा में लगातार काम हो रहा है। यूनिवर्सिटी टाउनशिप जैसे नए मॉडल्स में हमारे इसी अप्रोच का प्रतिबिंब है। आज भारत एवीजीसी सेक्टर यानी एनिमेशन, विजुअल इफेक्ट्स, गेमिंग और कॉमिक्स को बढ़ावा दे रहा है। भारत इनोवेशन ड्रिवन इकोनॉमी की ओर बढ़ रहा है। आज इस वेबिनार में देश के अनेक शिक्षाविद और एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस जुड़े हैं। मैं आपसे आग्रह करूंगा कि इस वेबिनार में अपने कैंपस को इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन और रिसर्च ड्रिवन लर्निंग उसको केंद्र के रूप में विकसित करने की दिशा में जरूर मंथन हो। इससे स्टूडेंट्स को रियल वर्ल्ड एक्सपोजर मिलेगा और स्किल इकोसिस्टम और मजबूत होगा। साथियों, एक बहुत अहम विषय है स्टेम यानी साइंस, टेक्नोलॉजी, इंजीनियरिंग और मैथमेटिक्स। इस क्षेत्र में ये बहुत गर्व का विषय है कि हमारे देश में स्टेम के विषयों पर रुचि रखने में बेटियों की संख्या लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज जब हम फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए तैयार हो रहे हैं तो बहुत जरूरी है कि कोई भी बेटी अवसरों के अभाव में रुक न जाए। वेबिनार में आप इस दिशा में जरूर चर्चा करें। हमें महिलाओं के पार्टिसिपेशन को बढ़ाने पर और जोर देना होगा। हमें ऐसा रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम तैयार करना होगा जहां यंग रिसर्चर्स को एक्सपेरिमेंट करने और नए आइडियाज पर काम करने का पूरा अवसर मिले। साथियों, युवा शक्ति तभी राष्ट्रीय शक्ति बनती है जब वह स्वस्थ भी हो, अनुशासित भी हो और आत्मविश्वास से भरी हो। इसलिए पिछले कुछ वर्षों में खेलों को राष्ट्रीय विकास की एक महत्वपूर्ण धारा के रूप में देखा गया है। खेलो इंडिया जैसी पहलों ने देश में स्पोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को नई ऊर्जा दी है। देश भर में स्पोर्ट्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत किया जा रहा है। इस वेबिनार में आप सभी कुछ सवालों पर जरूर मंथन करें, जैसे छोटी छोटी जगहों से भी प्रतिभाओं की पहचान को और सटीक कैसे किया जाए, हजारों खिलाड़ियों को स्ट्रक्चर्ड फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट में सुधार कैसे हो, और तीसरी अहम बात, हमारी स्पोर्ट्स बॉडीज को और ज्यादा प्रोफेशनल कैसे बनाया जाए। अगले कुछ वर्षों में देश में कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स होने जा रहे हैं। देश ओलंपिक आयोजन के प्रयास में जुटा है। ऐसे में हमें आज कम आयु के खिलाड़ियों को पहचान कर उन्हें तराशना होगा, तभी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय प्रतियोगिताओं में भारत का परचम लहरा पाएगा। साथियों, टूरिज्म और कल्चर रोजगार के नए अवसर बढ़ाने में बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। जब किसी स्थान पर टूरिज्म बढ़ता है तो उस स्थान या उस शहर की ब्रांडिंग भी बढ़ जाती है। इससे उस शहर का ओवरऑल डेवलपमेंट भी बहुत तेज हो जाता है। भारत में ऐसे ऐतिहासिक स्थलों की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन लंबे समय तक टूरिज्म कुछ चुनिंदा स्थानों तक ही सीमित रह गया। अब हमें देश के कोने कोने में टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन को नए सिरे से डेवलप करने पर फोकस कर रहे हैं। साथियों, आप सभी इस वेबिनार में भारत के टूरिज्म इकोसिस्टम को मजबूत करने के लिए होलिस्टिक अप्रोच पर जरूर चर्चा करें। ट्रेन गाइड्स, हॉस्पिटैलिटी स्किल्स, डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी, कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन, स्वच्छता, टूरिज्म और इनसे जुड़े विषयों पर आपके सुझाव बहुत अहम होंगे। साथियों, जब इंस्टीट्यूशंस, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया मिलकर काम करते हैं तो परिवर्तन की गति तेज हो जाती है। बजट के बाद वेबिनार की जो ये सीरीज हुई है, मुझे विश्वास है उससे आने वाले समय के लिए ठोस दिशा मिलेगी। ऐसे ही प्रयासों से विकसित भारत की नींव और मजबूत होगी। और साथियों, ये बड़ा सुखद अनुभव है कि वेबिनार की परंपरा के कारण पोस्ट बजट और खास करके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन कर मुझे जो बताया गया कि इस वर्ष लाखों की तादाद में लोग जो इन विषयों से जुड़े हुए हैं, एक्सपर्ट भी हैं, उसके लाभार्थी भी हैं, उसकी व्यवस्था से जुड़े हुए हैं, यानी एक प्रकार से जो लोग ड्राइविंग फोर्स हैं, वे सभी लोग बड़ी सक्रियता के साथ वेबिनार में जुड़े। हमारे अफसर मुझे बता रहे थे कि बहुत उत्तम सुझाव आ रहे हैं, बहुत प्रैक्टिकल सुझाव आ रहे हैं। यानी एक प्रकार से समस्याओं का समाधान ही नहीं, नई ऊर्जा, नई गति के साथ आगे बढ़ने का हौसला भी देखने को मिलता है। मैं कहता हूं कि वेबिनार का बहुत ही सुखद अनुभव है। इसमें हिस्सा लेने वाले सभी वेबिनार में जिन जिन लोगों ने हिस्सा लिया है, सब अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं, धन्यवाद के पात्र हैं। एक बार फिर आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके प्रेरणादायक संबोधन के लिए धन्यवाद। Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are now in the breakout sessions of the program led by different ministries. I invite Dr. Vineet Joshi, Secretary, Department of Higher Education, to present the outline of the sessions led by Ministry of Education.
मैम आपका
good morning, everybody. On behalf of the Health Ministry, I would like to give a brief outline of the sessions that we have planned in the post-budget webinar today. We all heard the inspiring words of Honorable Prime Minister. And now I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our distinguished panelists, my colleagues and secretaries from DPIT, Skill Development Ministry, Ayush, Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, and all the dear stakeholders. In this breakout session coordinated by Health Ministry, we will be covering 7 budget announcements through parallel sessions. I will give a brief outline of these sessions. We will have a session on scaling up allied health professionals. So as you are aware, in our budget, it has been stated that existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded and new allied health professional institutions will be established in private and government sectors. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh allied health professionals over the next 5 years. We have a very exciting panel with chairpersons of various medical education regulators. We have states participating in this session. We have the private sector. We have the medical education, nursing and allied health professional education fraternity. We have Department of Economic Affairs joining us. So this promises to be a very important session because I think it is very relevant to one of the announcements of to what the Honorable Prime Minister said, that we have to fulfill the aspiration of people. जन आकांक्षाओं की हमको पूर्ति करनी है और जो हमारे युवा हैं जिनमें कुछ करने का जज्बा है, हमें उनको अवसर देना है. तो this is a very important session. Our next session is on training 1.5 lakh caregivers. This is being coordinated by the Skill Development Ministry. The budget para says, a strong care ecosystem covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of national skill qualification framework aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness, yoga, and operation of medical and assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained. Honorable Prime Minister has emphasized the importance of this session by saying कि अब हमें care economy की तरफ बढ़ना है और वहाँ लोगों को अवसर देना है. So I think both these sessions on allied health professions and training of 1.5 lakh caregivers will help strategize on these goals. Our next session will be on 5 regional medical hubs. On 5 regional medical hubs, the budget para says that we have to promote India as a hub for medical tourism services. I propose to launch a scheme to support states in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that combine medical, educational, and research facilities. They will have Ayush centers, medical value tourism facilitation centers, and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation. These hubs will provide diverse job opportunities for health professionals, including doctors and allied health professionals. So this session is being led by DPIT, and we have states, Ayush, various ministries, the health sector, the industry association, and hospitals and multilateral banks participating in this particular session. And I think it also brings out the fact that Honorable Prime Minister brought out the fact that we have to cater not just to our country, but also to rest of the world. The next session is on 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda and Ayush upgrades. These paras say that I propose to set up 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda, upgrade Ayush pharmacies and drug testing labs for higher standards of certification ecosystem, and make available more skilled personnel. Upgrade the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center in Jamnagar to bolster evidence-based research, training, and awareness for traditional medicine. So this particular session is being led by the Ayush Ministry. It has various educational institutions, the regulators, the Ayurveda experts, and the industry participating in this session. And this will carry forward the fact that today Ayurveda and yoga are being accepted across the globe. Our next session is on setting up of NIMHANS 2 and upgrading mental health institutes in the country. The para reads, to strengthen tertiary mental health and neurosciences care in the country and address regional imbalances in access to advanced brain and mind sciences. A second National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences will be established in North India as a center of excellence in clinical care, training, research, and digital innovation. This session is being led by the Health Ministry. We have the Director of NIMHANS Bengaluru. In this session, we have other experts in the field of mental health care. We have the states participating. We have the World Health Organization participating in this session. And I'm sure that this session will tell us how to strategize and carry forward this very important initiative of the government to strengthen mental health care ecosystem across the country. Our next parallel session is on strengthening emergency and trauma care centers. It reads that emergencies expose families, particularly the poor and vulnerable, to unexpected expenditure. We will strengthen and increase these capacities by 50% in district hospitals by establishing emergency and trauma care centers. So we have the Honorable Member Health Niti coordinating this session. We have representatives from various institutions, the Home Ministry, the states, the National Board of Educational and Medical Sciences. We have other educational fraternity and the skill councils in this session, and I'm sure they will give us a strategy how to enhance this capacity at the earliest. The Honorable Prime Minister mentioned how PMJ and Ayushman Arogya Mandirs have helped reduce the out-of-pocket expenditure, and I'm sure this initiative will further reduce catastrophic expenditure when implemented. The next session is on Divyang Sahara Yojana. This is led by the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities. It reads, timely access to high-quality assistive devices for all eligible Divyangjans is a fundamental need. I propose to support the Artificial Limbs Manufacturing Corporation of India, ALMCO, to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D, and AI integration, strengthen PM Divyasha Kendras, and support setting up of assistive technology marts as modern retail-style centers where Divyangjans and senior citizens can see, try, and purchase assistive products. This session has the ministry in it, the LMCO in it, and various other industry and startup providers, as well as a medical technology zone participating in this session. We have My Bharat volunteers participating in these sessions, as well as empowerment funds. And I'm sure that this session will prove to be very fruitful in achieving the goals that have been set out to us. During these sessions, we expect all the stakeholders and the participants to provide us with the challenges and to also provide us with the solutions to overcome these challenges, so that we can implement these budget announcements at the earliest. We can have a firmed up implementation strategy, and soon after the budget webinars, all of us in various ministries can come up with our action plans with timelines to achieve the objectives set out in the budget this year. And I once again request all to keep the basic spirit of this budget, that is fulfilling aspirations of people, Jan Akanshaon ki purti, and whatever we do is in tune with the demands of the country, demands of the industry, so that our youth can get enough opportunities and we can capitalize on their kuch karne ki jazba. I wish all the parallel sessions best wishes, and I hope that all of you join and actively participate. Thank you. So I think we can now join our parallel sessions. Thank you very much. Best wishes.
You have the video. Good morning, everybody. Am I audible?
Good morning, ma'am. You're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
So a very good morning to all the distinguished participants who have joined us today. And a big thanks to the Secretary Health who set out the context for the breakout session that we have now. So I would like to extend a very warm welcome to the representatives of Government of India, state governments, international organizations, academia, industry partners, and experts from the healthcare and skilling ecosystem who have joined us for this breakout session on strengthening India's care ecosystem, skilling of 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers for the current year. So while we are looking at the budget announcement for the current year, we are actually looking at what needs to be done. So the 1.5 lakh, multi-skilled workers in the care ecosystem is what we aim for the current year. But the important thing is also to look at what are the bottlenecks currently in the ecosystem to be able to ensure that we have good quality caregivers who also receive the dignity that they that they deserve. I'd just like to flag one point here, which is that a lot of the caregivers work within the domestic system. So therefore, one of the big challenges is to ensure that they get the dignity of skilled workers. And that for us is something that I hope we will discuss today. Today, I think that the department, etc., we are in listening mode because we need the suggestions that will come through this webinar to be able to strengthen, to be able to, figure out our way forward and to strengthen the action plan. So I will stop here and hope that there will be very strong and effective deliberations. And I will hand over to our senior economic advisor, Manisha, to do a very brief presentation, which will set the stage for the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Before we start, for just setting the context, I'll give a very brief presentation. Prior to that, I'd just like to say the structure of the proceedings for the next 2.5 hours or so. I'll give a brief presentation. Thereafter, we have around 15 panelists. I would request all panelists to take around 5 to 6 minutes at the most to give their thoughts. And in this, as ma'am had mentioned, since we are looking forward to a number of suggestions from your side, given the time constraint, give your concerns for the sector as well as the concrete suggestions which you have for taking forward this budget announcement. After that, we will have a question and answer session. After the 15 panelists have spoken, we'll have a structured question and answer session. And here again, I would request that whoever is raising their questions, they may remain brief, say about 2 minutes, so that the panelists, they get time to respond to that to their query in about 2 to 3 minutes time. Here once again, when the questions are being raised, please indicate which panelist you are addressing the question to, so that we can take it forward from there. I'll just give a very brief outline, kind of a context setting presentation, which can set the ball rolling, and then I'll hand over the floor to the panelists to take it over from there. As you all know that this is a part of the breakout sessions under the broad theme of Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas. And the specific budget announcement which we would be addressing is that of skilling 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers in the current year. Very precisely, if so, to give the budget announcement, which is para 54 of the budget announcement, it says that a strong care ecosystem covering geriatric and allied care services will be built. A variety of NSPF aligned programs will be developed to train multi-skilled caregivers, combining core care and allied skills such as wellness and yoga, and operation of medical and assistive devices. In the coming year, 1.5 lakh caregivers will be trained.
Is the screen being shared?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the screen being shared? Can you see the screen? Okay, fine.
Yes,
Yes. So primarily, the object is to establish a national caregiver workforce ecosystem that is standardized, aspirational, and globally competitive, as mentioned by ma'am in her opening remarks. Since this is a very informal kind of a set of what the objective is to make it more standardized and aspirational. So if one were to debate on why we need to actually strengthen the care ecosystem, Honorable Prime Minister also mentioned in his opening remarks that global aging, it has created a very severe caregiver shortage in Europe, Japan, the Gulf countries, Canada, Southeast Asia. There is not only globally, we see that also in India, there are geographical pockets where the elderly population is, and overall the elderly population is expected to cross 230 million by 2036. So there is a lot of demand which is growing for geriatric care, home care, assisted living, and institutional support, not only globally as well as domestically. So this is an opportunity for India to take on, to build on the domestic caregiving supply, emerge as a global provider of skilled caregivers and strengthening skilled diplomacy. So precisely to take care of this basic issue which is emerging both domestically and as well as globally, this budget announcement, it aims to address these concerns. So it's not that we are starting from point zero. We already have an existing caregiving skilling ecosystem, which we need to build up upon. There is a regulatory system to ensure standardization and quality through the NCVET, which sets the standards, develops comprehensive regulations to improve the vocational education, training, and skilling ecosystem. We are working through a number of awarding bodies network and sector skill councils that create qualifications and assessment frameworks. And as of now, in this caregivers segment, 35,500 plus have been already trained in the last 3 years. We are also having our flagship schemes. As you know, we have 3 flagship schemes which cover the short-term, long-term, and community-based caregiver ecosystem. So through the Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, which provides for short-term training programs, job roles in the care sector, they are already identified. We have the geriatric caregiver, institutional as well as home care job roles which have been defined. Home health aide, general duty assistant, COVID frontline workers, both advanced home emergency care support. Then for the long-term training programs under NAPS, we have the apprenticeship opportunities, which span key caregiving roles such as elderly care companion, general duty assistant, and many others. Under the Jan Shikshan Sansthan also, we have introduced a foundation course in healthcare, which is at the NSTF level 2.5. In the financial year 2025-26, we had introduced that, which covers basic patient care, hygiene, vital signs, first aid, soft skills. And in this, under JSS, primarily 83% of the beneficiaries are women. If you may recall that PM had specifically mentioned that women empowerment is an area in which we have to give special focus. We also have various assets to say so. There is the digital platform, which is a Skill India Digital Hub, popularly known as SID, which can be used to register caregivers, track certifications, and enable employer linkages. SID is a major governance reform providing a centralized information hub. And it's a single portal that provides for all skills, education, employment, entrepreneurship information. In addition to that, we also have a huge training network for short-term, long-term, as well as community trainings through our ITIs, NSPIs, and our PM Kaushal Kendras, as well as NSDC training partners. And I've already mentioned the regulatory framework, which is but having said that we have existing care ecosystem, there are still a lot of challenges which are there. For instance, we have, as Pam had mentioned, the system is still very fragmented and we have an informal workforce that operates without training or certifications, which results in low wages, there is no career progression, inconsistent quality of care. In addition to that, there is also variability in the training quality, so that we have very uneven trainer competencies. There are infrastructural gaps that are there and very limited exposure. Because of the low awareness level and aspirational barriers, caregiver is not really perceived as a stable profession. There is lack of dignity, as ma'am had mentioned, and there is very low awareness on training opportunities, career pathways, and mobility channels. There is limited industry linkage, insufficient hands-on experience, which affects the job readiness, and limited partnerships with hospitals, care homes, care service providers, which are actually the takers for the caregivers. There is lack of standardization, especially across elderly care, disability, palliative care, wellness, and this is still evolving so far. There are also barriers to overseas mobility because we have absence of mutually recognized qualifications and insufficient language and cultural trainings, very weak pre-departure orientation modules, etc. Although the care economy is a high employment, high impact, future ready sector, however, because it is informal and unrecognized, there is need that we make it more certified and professional workforce is created, which gives them dignity and respect. So I'll just give a few indicative discussion points on which the panelists could develop and add on to any additional thoughts which they have on this. For example, some of the points which I would like to make is how do we develop a national caregiver training pathway? A roadmap for achieving the vision of skilling 1 lakh caregivers, which is indicated in the budget announcement. Strengthening of trainers, assessors, training and creating a strong training infrastructure, and actually understanding the demand and supply opportunities as well as the challenges therein. We need to identify the key partners in building the roadmap for skilling caregivers, because a convergent approach is very important over here, where all the key stakeholders, they need to come together to take this forward, and also enabling global mobility through alignment and international standards. So having said the context for the panelists, I would now take it forward and request the panelists to express their thoughts. Once again, I would request each panelist to take about 5 to 6 minutes for expressing whatever thoughts they have on this subject. I will begin with Mr. Prashant Pise, who is Additional Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs. He's working on international cooperation and global mobility frameworks, and is also involved in strengthening safe and legal overseas employment pathways for Indian professionals. Mr. Pise, I would request you to share your thoughts on global mobility pathways for caregivers and strengthening safe international workforce migration frameworks for them. Mr. Pise.
Thank you very much. I hope I am audible now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. This, I think, you have set the ball rolling. You have given, I think, it's a very good outline what exactly is we are supposed to deal with. As far as AME is concerned, as you know, so we are dealing with so bilateral as well as multilateral engagements to streamline the migrant flows and ensure migrant welfare. This is a very broad category, but caregivers is also one of the very prominent categories in this overall framework. As we know that when Government of India has been encouraging the movement of skilled labor in search of new opportunities, there have been traditional markets like the GCC countries and English-speaking countries, but I think slowly now this is being broad-based and diversified to non-English speaking countries, especially to OECD countries. And as I think some of the points which you have raised, there are challenges. One of the most, I would say, the critical challenge as far as OECD is OECD countries is concerned is basically the aging population, and they need increasing caregivers, as well as there is a growing demand for medical services, and how these numbers are being filled. This is, I think, a challenge, because there are some various markets, including India, Philippines, and even in our neighborhood, Sri Lanka also. And we are these one of the countries which is, in fact, competing with these labor markets. What is important, I think, is as far as healthcare givers and caregivers is concerned, is the definition of caregivers is, I think, still it is not very adequately defined. So there is a little bit of a lacuna there, because it's a very big cluster of caregivers. Either it is health caregivers or only the caregivers which have been working at residences, at care homes. And as you pointed out, there are various specializations like palliative care, or geriatric care, or some pediatric care. So these are these challenges, and I think the skilling has to gear up to that one, because it has to focus on those very specific areas if you really want to source our people into these specific areas. As you would be knowing, so we have various agreements. We have, in fact, 3 generations of agreements. We started with the labor welfare agreements, mostly focusing on the Gulf countries. So that was the very first market which we have been addressing. I think it has been very successful. The second market, I think, is the English-speaking, mostly catering to North America. We have certain agreements, what we call is the labor mobility agreements. These are the second generation agreements, and now what we have come up with is the third generation, that is this MMPA. This is the mobility partnership agreements. These are the comprehensive mobility partnership agreements with various countries. We have about 9 countries. Recently, we have signed these agreements with the European Union as a bloc, as well as just last week we have signed an agreement with Finland also. Most of these countries, as you know, so they have a shortage of caregivers, and this is one area which have been, I think, we have to cater to their needs. But as I said, there are those certain challenges. It's not only the skilling, but the qualification, the skill recognition, and then how we are going to upskill them. And those are very particular skill set that are required. Another challenge is the language, because these are all non-English speaking countries, and we already have certain programs like Germany or Japan, but there are other emerging markets like Italy or Denmark or Finland. So we will have to cater to those markets with very specific needs, especially the language, the cultural awareness. So these are some of these thoughts I thought I should just share with you. So as you mentioned about the whole gamut of skilling, not only the core skills, but as well as the pre-departures training program, and then the cultural awareness, the language programs. So these are again the needs which we'll have to cater to this particular market. Another aspect is the social security portability. That is one important aspect as far as these agreements go. So we generally cater to various markets as far as SSs are concerned, but not all the countries with which we have the mobility partnerships also have the social security. So there are a little bit of gaps. So we have to focus on that aspect as well. The other aspect I would say is how you talked about dignity. So that is another important, is the protection of the vulnerable categories. What we say is generally the women force, the domestic service workers. This is one category which is actually we feel that it's a vulnerable category, and we need to have the special provisions for them. In fact, there are certain countries, especially in the Gulf region, with which we have those specialized protocols in addition to the welfare agreements, such as what we call is the domestic service workers protection agreements. We have right now with 4 countries in the Gulf region, with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE, and we are negotiating with Oman as well as Qatar, because these are the countries with which we have traditionally a huge workforce which is being sent to these countries, and we have those safeguards placed, especially for the women, that they have to be a minimum of 30 years age, and they have to go through our e-migrate portal. So these are the safeguards, so that we can monitor there's some mobility, but at the same time there are certain lacuna, especially in some of the countries. They allow visitors visas, and people go on visitor visas, and especially they go for employment, but then they don't come under e-migrate, and then the overall ecosystem of caregiving industry. So they are outside that purview, and once they go there, if they have problem, then they approach the Indian missions or consulates, and that's how we come to know. So that is one loophole which we have to plug, but I think some of the GCC countries are very happy with that pathway, because it becomes very easy for them, and especially some of the countries like Philippines or Sri Lanka have put quite a lot of restrictions on that vulnerable category. So there is a tremendous demand, and especially through this informal channel, so that we have to cater to. Then specific, I think instances I can mention is Germany. That is a triple win program. I think that is very successful. It is being done on a pilot basis with Kerala, and what they call is a win-win-win situation for the migrant who is going for the destination country as well as for the source country. So it is, I think, very useful, and one can emulate this model. Another model is the global skill programming. That is also global skill programming of Germany. That is again a very, I think, a worthy model. So the Japan, I think, system is again a very niche kind of area where one has to focus on not only the skill but about the cultural awareness, and that's how I think we need to scale up our numbers, making sure that the requirements of Japanese market are taken into consideration. There are other markets like Italy, which has again demand for healthcare givers. We have some migration and mobility partnership agreement with Italy's, and we have a specific subgroup on healthcare givers. On European Union, again, we have recently signed a comprehensive mobility partnership agreement just a month and a half ago. So they also have some demand for high skilled as well as low skilled migration, and especially the caregiving system. We have as I think the Israel is one country in which B2B, P2P level, I think there is a lot of mobility is happening in caregiving industry, though it's very little on the G2G side. One very specific market is, I think, Denmark and Benelux countries as well as Switzerland, because these are the countries which are upcoming now in terms of mobility partnership with us. The Denmark has already signed an agreement, and I think they are in touch with Ministry of Health for the JDI. They have very specific requirement, because I think there are those different definitions of healthcare helpers, healthcare assistants, nurses, professionals. So if you really want to tap the Danish market, we will have to cater to those very specific requirements, very specific skill sets that they have prescribed, because then again there's some, I think, criteria are quite different. What our nursing industry or nursing qualifications in India are, I think we need to have a little bit of skill and upskilling, so to say. Then, as I mentioned, the Benelux countries, that is another market which is going to come up very soon. That is Belgium, Luxembourg, and Netherlands. In another, I think, couple of months, we are going to sign an agreement. There will be a high-level visit to these countries. The Switzerland, that is again caregiving and nurses, so that's one very promising market. And as I said, just last week, we have signed an agreement with Finland. So Finland is also going to come up for this caregiving as well as nursing. So that is all from my side. Thank you.
I think very relevant points raised by you, particularly saying that while the demand is there in many new countries, we need to make our workforce ready to meet these demands, both in terms of soft skills as well as in the required skill sets which are there, and particularly catering to the vulnerable section. Thank you very much for your comments. I next request Mr. Gyanen Dev Tripathi, who is Principal Secretary, Skill Employment and Entrepreneurship, Government of Assam. He is working, overseeing skill development, employment generation and entrepreneurship initiatives in Assam, and has worked extensively in industry-linked skill training and improving employability of the youth in his state. I would request him to give the state's perspective on region-specific skilling strategies for developing the caregiving workforce. Mr. Tripathi, please.
Good morning, madam. Good morning, sirs. Am I audible?
Additional Secretary.
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. So when we talk about this role of states, we feel that states are the delivery engine of this initiative of 1.5 lakh caregivers. most of the action will happen in the state. And as Prashant has already said, that when we see this sector, so there are very many broken pieces and lot of portability and intermobility issues need to be fixed, and we will have to work on them very, very closely. So caregiving, it should become a credible and aspirational option. In fact, I'll be suggesting some very simple 2-3 things which I discussed with our teams in the women and child department, in health department, in our own skill department. And those suggestions, if they are taken forward, perhaps we can do very good in skilling this. Assam can be a national and global care talent hub with young demographic advantage. In fact, for country it is 28 years, Assam it is 22.8 years. So we have a clear demographic advantage. And we can supply not only the domestic care services, but also the ethical global mobility pathways. If we solve certain small problems, that is the problem of quality, problem of this informalness, problem of learning language, as Prashant has very clearly pointed out, if we target certain countries where these demands are high, and employer linkages, and all these things are done at scale. So with this, we are, Assam has so far done very good work in respect of skilling the caregivers. And it was the opportunity given by the COVID, not only to Assam, but most of the states. And there Assam trained around 12,000 caregivers in the mission to COVID frontline worker mission. And the resources were used from the PMKVY 2.0 and 3.0. Under PMKVY 4.0, Assam has skilled around 2,400 youth in job roles like emergency medical technician, geriatric caregiver, institutional and home care. Further, under state-sponsored scheme, one role, that is the home health AD, and that particular role also has been tried with state funding, and that has led to very good quality placement rates. So with these experiences, what we see that when we have opportunity of this 1.5 lakh caregiver training, two very important caregiver ecosystem which comes to our mind, that is the ASHA workers as well as the Anganwadi workers. Can we use this as a platform of mobility? In fact, instead of taking brand new people and training them and sending them to other countries, if we use these ASHA workers as well as Anganwadi workers, and they become the platform, we make them learn the language, also recognize their skills through our HMCG Sector Skill Council, and make it mandatory for the future ASHAs and future Anganwadi workers to have these NSQF aligned Sector Skill Council provided courses as entry-level qualification. If we do these three things, then what will happen, that the job role will become very aspirational in nature. In fact, the ASHAs and Anganwadi workers will not only be trained in the NSQF aligned thing, but also it will give them aspiration that if they do well and they learn the skills, they have chances to go to other countries and earn more remuneration for them. So this way we can make this aspirational. The second suggestion which we are giving is, can we make foreign language mandatory for all the nursing colleges? In fact, in nursing colleges, whenever the nurses are being taught, whether it is a GNM course or the BSc nursing course, we can make the learning of the foreign language as one of the mandatory courses, so that we do not need to run these courses separately, because when we run it at separately, it becomes very difficult to scale it up. But if we make them mainstreamed into the colleges and schools, it becomes very, very important. So taking these things, Assam has taken a kind of mission for 2026-27, and though we are going to election, post-election, our budget will be presented, but we have done our internal brainstorming that next year we are going to target around 25,000 such people, these ASHA workers, Anganwadi workers and nurses. We will train them in the foreign language skills so that the problem of this international mobility is also taken care of, and the skilling in caregiving sector becomes a kind of aspirational in nature. The third thing which we are suggesting, that Assam has developed large number of medical colleges over period of time. At present, 14 medical colleges are already operational, and the target is that in every district there should be a medical college. So 23 medical colleges means 9 more are in pipeline. So once we have medical colleges at such large scale, these medical colleges can become a very good training service providers. Instead of opening new training institutions, these medical colleges can become a very good training provider for the caregivers. So these are the three suggestions which we wanted to make. Since there are time constraints, I would not like to speak much. Thank you very much, ma'am. And these suggestions may be taken into account.
Thank you, Mr. Tripathi. Some very valuable suggestions coming from the experience of Assam on how to make the caregiving sector more aspirational through formal trainings, language courses, etc., and how medical colleges could be used as TPs for the caregivers. Thank you very much. I'm sure that this could be taken forward in other, not only in the northeastern states, but in other states as well. I would now request Mr. Jagdish Chirani, Executive Director, Meghalaya State Skill Development Society, this is the nodal agency implementing skill development initiatives in Meghalaya. Mr. Chelani works closely with training partners and industry stakeholders to enhance employability and livelihood opportunities for the youth. I would request you, Mr. Chelani, to share your experience on state-led models and partnerships with healthcare institutions for caregiver skilling, and give your suggestions for the sector. Mr. Chelani, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me the opportunity. At the outset, I really would like to thank the ministry for giving me the opportunity to be part of such panel of experts. What I would like to share my thoughts would be, I like to model it in two phases, ma'am. First is regarding the overall caregiving skill development that we are doing, and the program. The second would be the program that we have for international caregivers in particular. So in general, ma'am, we have onboarded many of the institutions which are already into the nursing as nursing colleges and institution itself for giving us their contact of their alumni network, as well as being one of the TPPs, the training and placement partners for us. So with their expertise, the NSQF curriculum itself, because many of these programs are being funded by the state, in addition of the funding from the ADB funded project here in Meghalaya. So we have actually remodeled a lot of the NSQF programs to focus more on the aspects which are probably missing in some of the programs of their existing nursing colleges, and giving that additional gap training in these aspects. Because the funding has completely come from the state, so that had the flexibility. The certification is also done to the state level itself. In international caregiving, what we observe, ma'am, some of the important aspects, in caregiving in general, what we observe, ma'am, some of the important aspects are most of the businesses. So today, MSSDS has started being modeled from a skilling development institute, now being a skill development and placement institute as well. While we have ventured into this, what we have observed is that many requests have primarily come from geriatric care and childcare specifically, which they require a little more better people than the GDAs, but not as good as nurses itself. Nurses being on the higher end of the spectrum of economy for them. So on an average, in India, everybody is ready to pay about 15,000 rupees for geriatric care and childcare in general, whereas nurses are not ready to go at that cost. So an easy gap to fill was to actually train the GDS with an orientation towards a nursing kind of a course, or with an orientation towards a more caregiving aspect, which has actually helped us to put in a lot of gaps from this sector. In fact, today in some of the IS officers today have the caregivers that have come from Meghalaya through their personal requests. And we are trying to now model it as a national model itself, where then Meghalaya becomes one of the place where we have professionals which can be sent nationally and be able to provide these services at their home itself. We have already modeled it. We have already started the pilot phase within Delhi and Assam itself. Apart from being in Meghalaya with one of our training and placement partners, and I'm sure ma'am, that over a period of time we'll be having about 1,000 people across India in this very next year, which is coming up. Now, this was for people who do not want to leave the country and wanted to have that comfort of being in the country itself. For international caregiving, as Sir has very well, as Principal Secretary Sir has very well highlighted from Assam as well, the Northeast in general has the median age as very, very much lower than the national average. While India has 28.1, we have less than Assam itself at 22. So we are one of the youngest populations in the country, and nationally and internationally as well. Countries like Japan, which have a median age of 48, is a much senior and much older country than us. Now, second, ma'am, we also saw the spectrum of which countries have the requirement of manpower. Specifically, countries like Japan and Taiwan or sorry, Hong Kong actually had a lot of requirement alongside those countries which have higher uh, wages basis. So, for example, in New Zealand, like country will probably be able to easily pay 5 lakh rupees within 6 months to a person from Indian origin, but a person from New Zealand origin itself will find it very difficult to get that wage. Well, it will be on the lower side for them. So that wage disparity in the different countries also gave us a good opportunity of looking at which countries are potential good countries for us. Apart from the regular options of GCC countries and the European countries. So now each of these countries, we had a different approach, ma'am. For example, for the eastern part of the country, what we saw Kerala doing in GCC is what today Meghalaya wants to do it in Japan as of now. So in Japan, we had very good factors. Today we have very similar looking people. We have very similar looking cuisines. We have very similar looking housing and infrastructure over here, along with the cleanliness that Japan has. So most of our partners that have come from Japan, partners like Asian One Foundation, which is also working with Assam now, but also partners like Navis, partners like JASIX, all of these training and placement partners who are doing the language training for us have also highlighted the comfort that not just people from Meghalaya have for Japan or for Southeast Asian and other countries, but also for them to be comfortable with our people over there. The culture is much more better and more similar. They had actually tried the nurses from Kerala as well, but they found the accent to be much more stronger, much more heavier. And that kind of gave them a good opportunity of exploring this option in the Northeast, and Assam and Meghalaya being one of the major partners for most of the training and placement partners. Meghalaya also has a very strong culture of nursing and caregiving in itself as a state. So it goes on to further strengthen the USP that Meghalaya provides in the countries like Japan and South Korea for them to have this. As a state, what we are looking at is the remuneration that comes from them, the return that they send to their families. It's to the tune of 80,000 rupees a month after savings, taxes, and their accommodation and fooding expenditures. And this 80,000 over a period of 3 years, for 1,000 people is a good amount of sum for Meghalaya as a state to have a remittance for. So in this regard, ma'am, few steps that we have taken for international caregiving specifically for a country like Japan, and we also have similar steps for Germany, for European, as Sir has said about Benelux countries, about some of these other countries as well. What we have done is,
in the next 1 minute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe
Yeah,
you said I should wrap up within the next 1 minute.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
done. For sure. So now for caregiving in general, for placement in the international sphere in general and caregiving in particular, this entire story started with caregiving, international caregivers. What we have done as a state is we have started giving 50,000 flat grant to anybody who's going international for any country. And we also have a skill loan up to 10 lakh rupees for them to get language training and or anything that they require. They can buy their tickets, they can put their visas, they can do the test with this money. That 50,000 grant is flat. The 10 lakh rupees loan upper limit is also there. And we don't ask them the question whether you're eligible or not. If you're qualifying for the examinations, you can easily go for any country. For the partners that we have also now initiated a free language course within Shillong. This should soon be replicated in 2 other cities of the state. This is free for all. Anybody who wants to learn the language. You don't have to go internationally to get a job for being part of this course. If you just want to learn German language or Japanese language, today in Meghalaya you have a free of cost course where you can go and get the training on this. And lastly, ma'am, we have more than 10 international placement partners which are able to put in caregivers across the globe as of today. Only the Americas are the 2 continents that are Americas and Africa is the continent which is left probably, but Europe, part of Asia, Australia, and much of the wealthier countries is a network that we are easily touching as of today. We today have 60 nurses which are working in Japan, about 10 nurses which are working in Singapore. This was the very first phase. This year alone, we are hoping on a positive target of about 350 nurses to be placed internationally. And on the caregiving setup, ma'am, we have about 700 people which are working as of today in the domestic caregiver network across the country. We have 217 Cloud9 hospitality chain itself, which has come last 6 months. And we are hopeful that in this coming year, we'll have about 1,500 nurses and caregivers which will be there in this sector very, very shortly, ma'am. So that's all from our side, ma'am. That's been our journey. I believe the flexibility that we can give to the trainees over caregiving courses and a wonderful suggestion by Principal Secretary of tapping into the Asha and Anganwadi network is something that we are looking into right now. And hopefully we'll be able to convert those into very positive resources going forward. We have kept our target of 1 village, 1 person who should be trained in a course of international orientation. And we are going beyond the caregiving setup of mechatronics, electronics, and others, which these countries also require, putting it as a pipeline for multiple projects. So that's all from my side, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I hand it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chanani. It's quite encouraging to know that the median age in Meghalaya is much lower than national average, and you're utilizing it fully to meet the international demands as well, and trying to meet the requirements of the international demand, for example, having similar cultural basis as in Japan, so that the country which is taking the caregivers is comfortable, as well as the caregivers are comfortable settling over there. So that's a very good approach. Thank you for your comments. I would now request Ms. Mia Oka, Country Director, ADB. She's leading the ADB's operations and partnerships to support inclusive and sustainable development, and also oversees programs focused on infrastructure, human capital development, climate resilience, and strengthening social sectors, including health and skills. Ms. Oka, I will request your suggestions now.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity to join this important discussion. This conversation is very timely. Across the world, the demand for care services is rising rapidly due to aging populations, increasing chronic diseases, and changing family structures. And as we know, the WHO estimates that the global health workforce could face a shortage of nearly 10 million workers by 2030, particularly nurses and caregivers. For India, strengthening the care economy is also about advancing the vision of Viksit Bharat, creating jobs, expanding women's participation in the workforce, and investing in human capital. India already has over 3 million registered nurses, yet workforce density remains below global benchmarks. This highlights both the scale of opportunity and the need for continued investment in workforce development. Looking ahead, I would like to recommend 3 priorities that can be critical to scale India's caregiving workforce and support India's goal of training so many caregivers. First is professionalizing the care workforce. Caregiving must be treated as a profession with clear standards and certification for nurses, certified caregivers, and aligned health professionals at the global level, while ensuring dignity, worker protection, and ethical employment practices. And second, building a training ecosystem that delivers practical skills. The importance here is the practical skills. The training cannot rely only on medical colleges. It requires a broader ecosystem of teaching hospitals, skill institutions, and care providers that can deliver strong practical and clinical training at scale. Third, connecting training with real labor market demand. Training programs must be aligned with actual labor market requirement, particularly language skills and qualifications and employment conditions. As colleagues from Meghalaya mentioned, while helping states, I believe they have to focus on a few priority destination countries rather than spreading training system too thin. As we mark 40 years of partnership between ADB and India, we remain deeply committed to supporting the country's skilling ecosystem. Since 2013, ADB has invested more than 2.5 billion in skill development programs, supporting policy reform, expanding training infrastructure, and strengthening skill systems across India. We are willing to support and deepen the expansion of medical education and training infrastructure in states such as Maharashtra and Assam, strengthening allied health training in Tamil Nadu, and supporting early childhood development and caregiver training in Meghalaya. Looking ahead, building a sustainable care economy will require strong collaboration between governments, industry, training institution, and international partner. But I think it's more important to talk about the cross-sectoral coordination among different government institutions. So ADB stands ready to support India through policy dialogue, connecting other development partners, financing, and technical assistance. As we demonstrate through programs such as PM Setu, ADB also brings strong experience in mobilizing private sector partners in the industry to strengthen training system and expand employment pathways. With the right investment partnerships, India can strengthen its care system while also contributing to the global caregiving workforce. I stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Oka, for very clear 3 priorities which you listed out. Thank you once again for your comments. I would now request Mr. Bharat Vishwesharaya, who's the Executive Director of India British Asian Trust. He leads the operations in British Asian Trust, overseeing programs across education and livelihoods. And I would request you, sir, to touch upon the financing frameworks and innovative partnerships to expand access to caregivers and allied training and mobility opportunities.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Vishwesharaya.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for inviting us to this very important dialogue, because I think it has been wonderful to hear, of course, of the announcement that happened in the budget and for the Prime Minister's visionary remarks. So a real honor to join this convening today. There are 3 main points that I wanted to submit for the consideration of the group. The first is, and I've been asked to talk about financing frameworks, which is where BAT as an organization has a lot of experience. We are a diaspora-driven development organization, so we work primarily with the diaspora in the UK, but also in other parts of the world increasingly. And based on their inputs, we picked up this area of innovative financing as the area that we wanted to focus on. Because we saw that when it comes to financing programs like this, often the constraint that we have is where are we going to find adequate financing? And also, how do we make sure that the financing that is going into a program like this is actually delivering the results that we want? And therefore, we innovated this area that we call outcomes-based financing, And so my first recommendation would be that this area be considered for a program of this nature. Essentially, what outcomes-based financing does is it ties the provision of financing to the actual achievement of a certain outcome. And this, of course, means that the outcome will need to be measured adequately, and the evaluation of the outcome will need to be done effectively. But this would then make sure that, for example, if the outcome that we are after is that industry absorbs a certain person who has been provided a skill, then that means that the industry is essentially certifying the quality of that skilling that has also been done, right? And if the industry is employing that individual for a period of, let's say, 3 months, we know that the quality of the skilling that has been provided is adequate. So that then provides a framework for the provision of financing in the sector, which can make sure that outcomes are actually achieved, and we are not just providing sort of certificates for the sake of it. So that's the first point I'd like to make. Second is I'd like to just illustrate how that has worked in a program of a national scale as well. We have been partners with the National Skill Development Corporation in this program called the Skill Impact Bond. So an impact bond is one of the instruments that can be used under an outcomes-based financing framework. And this has successfully provided skills for about 50,000 people, including about 60% women. And that in turn has led to a situation where over 60% of these people have been employed for a period of 3 months or more. Right? So that's an actual practical example of how an instrument like this has been successfully used to actually sort of deliver a national scale program. And then the third point I'd like to make is that when we think of this specific sector around care, there are allied issues as well around sort of the creation of a care economy that we need to start thinking about. So for example, when we think about how 1.5 lakh caregivers are actually going to be professionally employed, to the point that has already been made of thinking of professional employment avenues and openings, this would mean almost the creation of an industry to absorb all of the caregivers that are being skilled, because otherwise the employment will stand the risk of being very informal. Now, if we are thinking along those lines and we are saying an industry also needs to develop, then we need to start thinking about the economics of that industry as well. How will the economics actually work? Who is going to pay the provider? Who is then going to employ the caregiver? Right? So this is something, again, that we have started thinking about in the context of creches and caregiving for younger children. And there we think that, again, outcomes-based financing or blended finance has a real role to play. Because we can start to break apart the problem and say, if you look at the entire industry, how much is it that, let's say, the parent of a young child is willing to pay to a caregiver? How much is it that an industry might be willing to pay because they are then able to employ the woman whose child is being cared for, and therefore she can go to work? And therefore, how much of a gap remains for philanthropy or the government to step in and take care of? Right? So we can sort of break the problem down along those different dimensions and then start to address each of those to then say, what do different actors in the system need to do to be able to make an industry come alive. And so again, this is something where outcomes-based financing or blended financing can play a key role. So I'll stop with that. And once again, thank you for inviting us to this convening, and I hope that this has been helpful.
Thank you very much for these very, very interesting points and very relevant points which you raised. Given the limited resources that one has, it's very important that we switch to now outcome-oriented financing, now outcome-based financing, where we link the financing to specific skilling outcomes which are there. The second important point which you raised, which is very, very relevant, is that when we are creating 1.5 lakh additional caregivers, where do we place them? So we now need to work on the demand-supply match, as well as how the economics of it has to work out. Thank you very much for your comments. I'll now turn to Ms. Georgia Veresco, who is the Chief of Youth and Adolescent Development in UNICEF. And she has 2 decades of experience in youth development, education, and partnerships across several countries, and has worked extensively on youth employability and education transition. So, ma'am, I would request your global perspectives and partnerships for strengthening of the caregiving workforce ecosystem. Ms. Geriatric, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Secretary, Debashri Mukherjee, and distinguished leaders. It's great to be part of this webinar today. By transforming India's care economy, we have once-in-a-generation opportunity to respond simultaneously to demographic change, create large-scale employment for young people and especially women, and position India as a global hub for skilled care professionals. Care work has long been informal and disproportionately carried out by women. And the recent union budget, with its commitment to build a strong care system and train 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers in the coming year, it's more than a skills initiative. It's a recognition that care work is legitimate, skilled employment that can drive women's economic empowerment and upward income mobility. Formalizing the care economy creates a double dividend. First, it transforms unpaid care work into dignified, paid employment for millions of women. And second, by expanding reliable care services, it enables millions of other women to participate in the workforce. From UNICEF's perspective, expanding quality childcare does even more. It strengthens women's ability to work and provides children with a nurturing care and early learning experiences that are foundational for their development. This makes investment in childcare a win-win for families and for the economy. Some of the guests earlier already mentioned some important statistics that I also was reflecting upon. Most importantly, that there will be a shortage of 10 million health workers by 2030, according to WHO. India, with its demographic dividend and training capacity, is uniquely positioned to become a global hub for skilled care professionals. And domestically, India's elderly population will reach 230 million by 2036, a significant 15% of the population. This, coupled with the fact that families are also, there is also an increase, according to the Census of India, that households will become increasingly more nuclear families. These shifts do create a growing what is called the care deficit, a structural gap that requires professional, skilled caregivers, therefore requiring doubling the investment in the care economy, which could lead, according to the ILO, to a total of 475 million jobs by 2030. Millions of women in India are already engaged in care responsibility, many with decades of experience but lack formal recognition. So through recognition of prior learning, this experiential knowledge can be converted into certified qualifications, creating pathways from informal to formal employment, higher wages, and upward mobility. However, when women do enter formal care work, often face a double burden of professional care work and during the day and the unpaid care work at home. So formalization must therefore include fair wages, reasonable working hours, and portable social protection. At UNICEF Yuva, our focus has been also on connecting women from vulnerable communities to safe and aspirational livelihoods, and we see the care economy is really emerging as one of the most powerful pathways to do so. So to maximize the opportunity created by the budget, we have identified 5 critical actions. The first 2 are aligned with what my colleague in the ADB also suggested. The first is really looking at the professionalization of the workforce. It's important to ensure quality, safety, and standardized competencies, further strengthening clear career ladders, so to transform care from informal, low-paid work into recognized profession with career progression and further upward mobility. We also believe on the importance, which is my second point, to bridging the skilling to employment gap. Again, here we're also focusing on the practical aspect, but beyond this, it's really important to deepen partnership between ITIs, training institutions, private care providers, for apprenticeships and on-the-job training and placement pathway from the onset. Similarly, at Yuva, we ensure that 70% of our trained youth move to employment within 6 months. Can similar pathway be designed from the onset with employment as a clear outcome? Third, the importance of ensuring dignity, which is something that Madam Secretary mentioned earlier, and protection. So formal care work must include living wages, portable social protection, and safe working conditions, including maternity benefits. We look things from a life approach. So something that we wanted to reflect upon is also the importance of preventing girls from leaving school. Because when girls drop out to care for siblings and relatives, we lose the future economic potential. So community-based care programs through, for example, initiatives such as the Jan Shikshan Sansthan can provide local childcare, keeping girls in school. And the last point is around mainstreaming disability support. According to the census, 27 million Indians are living with disability. So it becomes important to integrate disability care into the broader care workforce strategy. This requires specialized training in assistive technology and rehabilitation, which is creating an entirely new employment vertical. We also, similar to what the ADB colleague mentioned, do encourage a multi-ministerial approach to ensure caregivers are not trained in isolation, but are embedded within a coherent national care architecture. One of the earlier speakers also mentioned about internal mobility opportunities. We do feel that India can capture a significant share of this market by aligning training with international standards, ensuring ethical, safe pathway for women who choose to migrate, whilst also strengthening the domestic care sector to provide dignified opportunities at home. So the care economy, to conclude, has the potential to become one of India's most inclusive employment engines, creating jobs for millions of women, enabling other women to work and addressing a critical societal need. The union budget provides a strong foundations. The next step should ensure that these 1.5 lakh caregivers become the nucleus of a professional that is respected, well compensated, which is the care force that will drive both economic growth and gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Very important and relevant points raised. Once again, question about the deficit in the care workers ecosystem, which is likely to emerge by 2030, which needs to be utilized by countries like India, which have a lot of workforce available, but key core ideas which come to our lack of formalization, professionalization, safety of environment, and dignity and social protection, which should be available for the caregivers. And employment should come as a clear outcome in this regard. And the most important point being that it needs a multi-ministerial approach. Not only multi-ministerial approach, I would say that we need convergence both at the lateral as well as horizontal level between ministries and between the center and the states, so that we could take it forward. Thank you very much, ma'am. I would next move to Professor S.P. Singh. He is Director General, Kausalya Skill University, Government of Gujarat. Professor Singh is a distinguished academician and administrator with over 34 years of experience. He's a Fulbright Fellow and a former founding VC of American University, Chhattisgarh, and the Sam Royal Global University. And he has been instrumental in advancing skill-based higher education models in India. Professor Singh, I would request you to make your suggestions on how to integrate higher education with the skilling ecosystem to create structured learning pathways for caregivers in allied skills and multi-skilling.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving me a chance to be a panelist today with very esteemed panel members, respected madam and all dear fellow panelists. I will, if you allow, divide my 6-minute deliberation into 2 parts, 1 or 2 minutes for what we started doing for caregivers in Gujarat since I joined this institution. A little bit, a few months back, when there was a huge demand came from Israel and other countries for caregivers, we started working on that with the health department, and we have signed MOU and affiliated one institution, which is Indian Red Cross Society. They have 40 centers in Gujarat. Right now, we have affiliated 10 are in the pipeline, and we wish to start the caregiving programs from this year only in 2026, maybe April, we will start the programs in good numbers. That is one. Why we have done that? Because there was a huge demand and there was a huge shortage internationally as well as nationally. and therefore we started. Another, that with the health department, with government of Gujarat, we are going to launch 2 pilot projects. That is also in the final phase. As a academic partner or implementer, we have developed curriculum with industry, and we are going to launch it, the 2 pilot projects, and maybe later on all the government hospitals will have this kind of programs when the pilot will become successful. So that will help us to achieve the budget objectives. Whatever is share comes to Gujarat, we will be able to take care of that, hopefully. That is one. Secondly, as the institution Kaushalya, the Skill University, we have committed to do any kind of training with the industry partners only. So we are running all the programs with the industry partners. We have industry partners in the name of Shelby. We have industry partners in the name of other institutions. And therefore, whenever we affiliate or do anything, we will be doing it with the industry. So that is another very important that help us to minimize or nullify the skill gaps, which normally industry talks about. So in last 3 years, along different discipline and skilling, we have trained many people from steel technology to furniture manufacturing and design. And the same model we are following with Shelby for medical lab technology and other issues. So this is one. Second thing, what the question or maybe the issue is, where I am also going with the ma'am when she said that good quality, dignity of work. I'll take clue from there, ma'am. And good quality with good numbers, that is also because numbers are important, but then to bring numbers, we need to have good numbers with good quality, and definitely that will be possible when we have dignity of work as well as aspiration for this profession. So I will, another 5 minutes or 4 minutes, I'll try to give my idea or concept of how we can make skill educational aspirational by and large, but especially the caregivers and how we can make. So in that context, what I have tried to understand and read and developed in last few months, and especially yesterday, that once we are having the caregivers in the beginning stage, maybe after 10, catch them young is the first thing. We have to catch the people who are aspiring to become maybe nurses, A&M, GNM, or caregivers at the young age. That is number one. And if we see the sector skill councils, their qualification framework says 10 plus. So we have to catch them maximum young, because when we will catch them young, the quality will certainly improve. That is one. Number two, how to catch them young? There's a long-term perspective, not for this budget, by another 5 years. If we go to schools, and as per NEP 2020, if the 6th, 7th, 8th students more in number are being given exposure for skill education in the healthcare sector, and especially I would say that as I worked for almost 13 years in Northeast India, Maharashtra also, Chhattisgarh, and now Gujarat, what I see, there are clusters of different kind of skilling. So caregiving clusters are also there. That is, initially it was Kerala and surrounding areas. Now the Northeast has become a very big cluster, and some other states are also coming up as a cluster. So cultural clusters for caregivers, nurses, and midwives is very, very important to identify. And in those clusters, we have to identify which cluster is more suitable for internationalization or international migration, because some of the children are keen to go to international location, and some children in some state, they want whatever to be done in their own state of the country. So we have to culturally see what is required. That is another aspect. So to make skill education aspirational, definitely high salary is one component, but at the same time, dignity is another component. And third, very important, which is the question to me, the pathways for scaling higher. So if any student join in after class 10th, or maybe certificate course, or maybe geriatric care, or all those courses which we have talked about, basic healthcare 2.5 to 3 to 4 level of NSQF or NCRF, they should be getting that credits in their academic bank of credits. And with the help of maybe later on NIOS, or with the help of state boards, after 2 years, or maybe after doing 2 years or 160 credits at different forums at different level, and especially physics, chemistry, maths, or maybe biology, that is more important. If biology can be integrated in the curriculum with backward integration, these children who are coming from different discipline, they can be getting that kind of knowledge, so that they become equivalent to class 12th biology, and they will be eligible for GNM and BSc nursing, or maybe later on post basic nursing and MSc nursing. So if that track can be developed, and we academicians probably can work on that if required. So, and I have done a lot of exercise how to build so that the load should not be higher. If each credit, they should get enough information, and then under NEP, multiple entry, multiple exit, and academic bank of credit, we can ask the student to do 1 year certificate course in X, 2 years diploma course in Y, and maybe 3 years or 4 years BSc or post basic and later courses. So if that track can be developed thoroughly, I am very sure that more students, if catch young, they will come to aspire to work, and the economic condition at their own places or maybe family conditions are not that good. So 18,000, 15,000 rupees, and there are a lot of scholarships are available. If the children can get that at the initial stage after 10th, and Apprenticeship Act is also in place. All together, if we can bring a whole ecosystem, I think we will be able to not only reach this requirement of 1.5 lakhs, but we can also secure a lot many people for the growing demand, which probably 2050 we will be having 347 million old people. Also, we require a lot of people for disabled children, for child care, for any kind of medical terminal health care. So all these things can be taken care, and this is what I reflect as on now. And I think in all these things, the credit system, NSQF, NCRF, NEP together, and making skill education aspirational, and making skill care students more dignified, that is possible. And I think we will be able to fulfill the demand of the world also, because 11.5% of the total global economy right now has been covered by 381 million workforce of caregivers and technology. Later on, we can increase this number, and India can contribute in the direction of becoming the skill capital of the world. So I'll stop here. If I have not taken more time, I tried to be on time. Thank you very much again for giving me a chance, and I'm very eager to listen from other panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Singh. I will now call upon Dr. Srinivas Rao Kodijana from he's CEO of Apollo MedSkills Limited. He has over 2 decades of experience in the healthcare systems and training. And I would request your suggestions on scaling training infrastructure and delivery systems to meet the national target of scaling 1.5 lakh caregivers.
Good morning, ma'am, and thank you and the Ministry of Skill Development for inviting us to this important national dialogue. And thanks to the commitment given by the Government of India for building a stronger care ecosystem. So today I'm going to share my views in 3 components. The first is what do we have in the current ecosystem, training ecosystem for aged care, and what are the critical gaps that we see needs to be addressed. And the third is some recommendations on the priorities that can be addressed. So basically, when we bisected the entire aged care training ecosystem and saw where the infrastructure for training is, currently it is spread across 3 ministries. One is Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Second is with the Ministry of Social Justice, and third is with the Ministry of Health. So with first talking about the Ministry of Social Justice, I think National Institute of Social Defense, they currently run programs and they have infrastructure, but I think they are predominantly confined to few geographies. But we need to leverage that infrastructure. The second is in the Ministry of Justice special scheme with 4 NSQF job roles. And I think in the last 2 years, each year we have trained close to 35,000 caregivers. So to be more precise, 36,785 in the last year. Department of Social Justice was handling this. With the Ministry of Skill Development, there are 2 infrastructures. One is Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras. There are 714 PMKKs across 707 districts now. And healthcare is one of the major sectors, but there is also a domestic worker, home management and caregiver sector skill council. Between them, they're close to 714 Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras. And there are specific training institutes registered for geriatric care training with healthcare sector skill council and the home management and the caregiving sector skill council as well. There is also a digital ecosystem for the training, which is Tapas platform by National Institute of Social Defense again. There are close to 700 government-supported care homes, which can be used as on-job training infrastructure now. And there are 3,000 nursing institutes, which are approved by Indian Nursing Council, which are under the Ministry of Health. And similarly, there are state skill development missions, which have got their own training institutes. So this is the existing infrastructure that we have. But looking at some of the critical gaps here, today less than 500 certified geriatric trainers are there nationally, across all the sector skill councils, healthcare as well as the caregiving sector skill councils. So when we analyzed how many trainers would be required for minimum to train 1.5 lakh caregivers in an year, we will require a minimum of 3,000 trainers. So 4,500 will be an optimal number, but 3,000 is a minimum number that we need to critically build with an urgency. So the train the trainer programs should be built immediately to build these next 3 months to get these 3,000 trainers on board. Then geographical reach, if we see, so far 17 states have been covered with PM special scheme on geriatric caregiving. And there are 11 states which do not have any funding so far for this. I think that needs to be looked at. And there's a huge geographical disparity between the rural and urban India now. So that needs to be addressed as well. So we need to see the areas. The reason I specifically mentioned this, because we also looked at the number of senior citizens living in the rural areas. So 71% of India's elderly are living in rural areas. They are very far from medical infrastructure. Similarly, there is another important statistics, which is 78% of elderly do not have a pension. So they are wholly dependent on family and almost with a very minimal income. So I think looking at this, I think the rural disparity of geography has to be addressed. Coming to the recommendations, I think one is building the trainer profile. Second is addressing this geographic gap. Third is to train this the skill lab infrastructure. I think the clinical simulation labs for the geriatric care today, they are almost very minimally existing or non-existent. I think there is a need to build this skill lab infrastructure for the aged care training across India. And also we need to leverage the ITIs. There are close to 700 ITIs which are healthcare capable. So I think enabling that and leveraging that infrastructure is also useful. And we also looked at the various curricula that exist today, both with Healthcare Sector Skill Council and the Home Management and Caregiver Sector Council. So I think there is a very less coverage on dementia, palliative care or end of life care. Companionship, elderly companionship is another very important area for the senior citizens who do not have any diseases but they need a companionship. And mental health first aid is another area which needs to be included in the curriculum. So there is a state level disparity as well. As we see in the last 3 years, I think Madhya Pradesh has been trained most number of caregivers in India, followed by UP, and Telangana has got at least training numbers as of now. So I think this also needs to be addressed. And the QA quality assurance, we can leverage platforms like eSanjeevani with Ministry of Health for tele-supervision of these trainings at the training centers. And a clear career pathway needs to be defined for them. So today it's kind of a dead-end career for most of the caregivers, but I think both the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Skills, Ministry of Education, Ministry of HRD needs to discuss and build a vertical pathway for these caregivers. And final point that I want to mention before I close, it's very important to build a national registry for caregivers because it is good for safety and security of senior citizens. Today there are about 10 lakh informal caregivers and we do not have a national registry of them. I think it is very important to build that maybe through an RPL route. And it also gives a good dignity to the caregivers. They have a registration number, both for the security of senior citizens and also for the dignity of caregivers. So here I end my views. Thank you for the opportunity and looking forward to hear more views now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Polijana, for those very good comments and suggestions. I will now request Mr. P. Ganesh, Promoter and Director, Portia Medical. He's a serial entrepreneur and startup mentor with over 3 decades of experience building successful ventures, including Tutor, Vista, and Marketers. He's currently leads Portia Medical, one of India's leading home healthcare service providers. Mr. Ganesh, I would request you to give the industry's perspective on caregiver and allied workforce demand and strengthening industry and training partnerships. Mr. Ganesh. Mr. Ganesh, are you there?
He's not. We can come back to him and we move on to our next panelist.
Mr. Sandeep Kumar, Head HR Operations, Sodexo India. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this August gathering. In fact, for the last 1.5 hours, I have what I have seen that there are solutions to the problems which the industry is facing. So many people have come with the right suggestions, and there are infrastructure which is already available. However, if I look at it from an industry perspective, first of all, Sodexo is in the caregiving economy. Sodexo has been participating for quite some time across the globe. We have a very large presence in North America, Europe, and other parts of the world. We are not very big in this country at this point of time, but there are allied services which we are already into. Our clients are majorly corporates, hospitals, schools, and so they have a large demand for caregivers as an extension of our service. One which directly comes into our fold is the hospitals which we serve, and we provide lots of GDAs or patient care associates for the hospitals. So I'll talk about what we are facing as a challenge, and then what I've got lots of valuable suggestions which we'll explore. We'll partner with some of the people to get solution. But the way we look at it as an opportunity is, see, we have around 60,000 people across the country working for us at this point of time. And one area where we are not able to provide services very effectively is the caregiving business, because we do lack manpower. If I talk about the domestic market, because majority of the people are talking about the global market, where the aspiration is high because of the higher salary available and all. If I look at the domestic market, here also we are getting 3 emerging trends. One, there is a huge amount of high net worth individuals who are looking for caregivers for their parents, their children, and their neurodiverse children, or anybody who is a neurodiverse person. So that is one market where we can make good money. Any caregiver can make good money if he or she is of the right quality. So I'll come to the quality, how we can do. Then there is a middle class market wherein both husband and wife are going to work, and they need somebody to take care of their parents or their children. So that market is very competitive, and there is a apart from institutional service providers like us, there is a huge scope for creating gig workers in the caregiving economy, which we can think of and get organized. And then, of course, I think Dr. Singh and somebody else also talked about, our friend from Apollo talked about the rural area where the capacity to pay may not be there. So there are institutions which we need to take care of, but definitely there is a need for caregivers. Now, coming to why we are not getting the right kind of caregivers, the quality. Definitely, everybody has talked about creating the right kind of awareness. But what I feel is we need to start with, we are doing some good job in identifying the pockets like Kerala, Northeast and all. Because people by nature are having service attitude. So that one attitude which we are looking for is there. Uh, so can we start at a very democratized price, a tool which does the assessment at class 10, whether you are fit for this or not. So starting the expectation from there that, okay, I'm fit for this industry, and then there is a huge growth opportunity, which can be gradual, but there is a path which we can think of. So assessing them, then putting them into the right channel of training and placement. And of course, as Dr. Singh talked about, bringing them back to the academics for upskilling with you already have some academic credit accumulated. So that is going to create an aspiration, and that there only they will see a value. Currently, if I look at the market, the pool from where we are getting the caregivers are coming from the same pool from where a housekeeper is coming, from where a GDA is coming. And unfortunately, one part which one of the interministerial team must take care of is we are training everybody, we are skilling everybody, but after the skilling also, most of the jobs which are enlisted in the schedule as per the minimum wage acts are unskilled jobs. Even if you become a caregiver or you become you've got 3 months of training or you've got 6 months of training, but you land up in a job which has been classified by the Ministry of Labor, not only by the states, even in the central government schedules, as an unskilled job. So the illusion that I'm getting skilled, and you land up in the workplace where you are being treated as an unskilled, you are being paid as an unskilled, is something which we need to look at. Because that, if we don't look at that, it is not going to create the aspiration. There are people who are getting 1 lakh rupees or 80,000 rupees within our country as a caregiver, but they're all, I have personally met them, they're all graduates. In fact, many of them are BTechs. I'll take 1 more minute. Yeah.
Yeah. Please wrap up in the next 30 seconds. Huh?
30 seconds, yeah. So, ma'am, so I was telling that the aspiration to be generated through these institutionalized methods is what I would press upon, because most of the points which I wanted to share is already covered. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Sandeep ji. Before we move on to the next panelist, what we are getting from the panelists today is a lot of very valuable suggestions. I'm just sorry that we are constrained for time, and I'm having to, ask panelists to sort of confine themselves to the 5 to 6 minutes that we spoke about, so that we can get everybody's suggestions. So for the next panelist, please, 5 to 6 minutes is, just try to confine yourself to that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. This is K. Ganesh here. Sorry, I couldn't join earlier. Can all of you hear and see me?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for the opportunity to speak. And I'll definitely will be very brief. So India really has a structural care deficit, right? By 2036, if you see, 230 million elderly Indians will need some level of care, right? Today, caregiver workforce, which I'm promoter of Portia Medical, India's largest home healthcare companies from a vantage point of view. The caregiver workforce is largely, it's informal, it's underpaid, and really invisible to the formal economy. Okay, right? And we see this daily at Portia. Every time a family in a tier 2 city calls us for, say, post-surgery or a geriatric patient needs daily monitoring, we are drawing from a pool that is too small, too untrained, and too unverified. So the budget announcement of 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers, it's not just a skilling program. The way I see it is, it's a way to formalize an entire sector that has been operating on trust, desperation, and informal referrals. Okay, right? So my perspective today, I'm going to talk about in the next 5 minutes, really comes from 3 different positions. One, as an employer in Portia Medical who hires these caregivers. 2, I'm on the board and a shareholder in the Home Management and Caregiver Sector Skill Council, where which set the standards for this workforce. And also I have the third hat I wear is a trustee of a Bahar Foundation, which is a not-for-profit, where we train women at the village level to deliver care in the tribal area where no formal provider exists. So that's really the thing. So what is really the challenge? The program to produce not just certificate caregivers, unless we have a very strong on-the-job training program that's structured, right? With a co-commitment between MSD training providers, between accredited employees like Portia, we will have a big challenge, right? We already, the Sector Skill Council already has QPs for elderly caretaker, which is non-clinical general duty assistant roles at NSQ 3 and 4. But what is missing here is the employer sign-on for assessment and absorption. We need to bridge that particular gap. So one of the proposal is if we can get this employer absorption pledge, okay, right, where every MSD empaneled training provider should have something like a signed MOA with at least one accredited employer. And there are many of them, Portia, Tulia, Antara, nursing homes, multiple of them. Then we would have made a giant leap. The apprenticeship under the NAPS is very much underused in care. I come from engineering background. I've seen apprenticeship program working there. So care homes, ICU at home providers, home health companies, we should be recognized as apprenticeship establishments. MSD can actually facilitate this by creating fast track onboarding, any of this. So trying to bridge this NAPS and employer gap could be extremely useful. Then we obviously, like we have seen in software, we have seen in BPO, both are my industries and my earlier avatars. Okay, there is huge scope for India to become, like in the case of software and BPO services, the caregiver for the world. Okay, right? We can become the world's most trusted exporter of caregivers, but we have to build the pipeline systematically, not opportunistically. And panelists have talked about the shortage and what is the urgency and all of that stuff, right? Already we are very close to international standard, the way Indian domestic caregivers are getting trained by professional employers like us, right? They can do it. The gaps, of course, we have discussed are language, cultural orientation, certification, legibility, and all of that stuff. But I'm extremely bullish. Today with your smartphone, which every caregiver has got because the cost of the smartphone is reduced, and use of AI, we can leapfrog the language requirement. Instantly, as I'm speaking, I can actually have AI translate this into multiple languages so that all of you, without very little delay, can understand in any language that you want, whatever I speak. So I think with smartphone and AI as a weapon in the hand of, as a tool in the hand of the caregiver, today I think we can do it. I don't think we need extensive language training. It's great if you can train people in Japanese and German and all that stuff, but we'll not be able to do that in the short term. But I think AI plus smartphone, instantaneous translation is huge. The other aspect is multi-skilling, which we should build vertically and not horizontally. Rather than adding more modules to a single job role, design a tiered career ladder where caregivers can advance. It will make caregiving aspirational. Other panelists have talked about it. That's important. And we have seen this in Portia. Our best performing home caregivers are the ones who can do more than one thing. And the Sector Skill Council qualification packs already allow for role stacking within the NSQF framework. Okay, right? So the ask from MSD that I have is, can we create an explicit credit accumulation pathway so that level 3 elderly caretaker can add more modules? Wellness, yoga, assistive device operation, digital health documentation, all of this, and move to level 4 with formal recognition. not just informal upskilling. I think the integration of yoga and wellness is especially valuable. We know Indian traditional wellness system, how well they are. It's a good differentiator, how well it's accepted. Digital health documentation is non-negotiable in today. Caregivers, for instance, using Portia platform, log on to every patient visit using a mobile app. I think that's important. The other point I want to emphasize is the career progression pathways for care workers, and people mentioned about making it aspirational profession, not a default for those who could not find other work. This requires visible functional career ladders and a pay that reflects all. Again, the Sector Skill Council can do a phenomenal job in this, okay, right? And the data from the Sector Skill Council actually shows the demand for 14.5 million domestic workers by this year end, okay, right? And caregiving subset, when I say caregiving subset, I'm talking about elderly, child, and disability, is the fastest growing and highest value segment in this. So a structured career pathway with wage bands linked to NSQF levels will attract a higher caliber entrants to this profession, right? And we have seen this in Bahar Foundation, which is a not-for-profit foundation, community healthcare entrepreneurs. Tribal women are self-employed micro-entrepreneurs, not wage workers. This is an aspirational model for them. Caregivers who are business owners and not servants, not employees. MSDE's entrepreneurship module should be explicitly include care entrepreneurship program. So I will close with 3 concrete commitment or asks, okay, right? 1, to absorb the 2000 MSD trained caregivers annually into apprenticeship and employment roles. I am, as a part of industry in my own company, are happy to work with you, okay, right? We can co-design the competency standard with MSDE and HMCG SSE to be able to do that. Okay. Second, fast track the crosswalk of elderly caretaker QPs to ISCO 08 or ESCO standards. We should do it within the next 6 months. If the Home Management and Caregiver Sector Skill Council can take this up, I'd be most happy and supportive of that. And from MSDE, if you can create a formal national caregiver registry under Skill India Digital Hub, can be linked to Aadhaar, and do it in the next 3, 6, 9 months. This single intervention will enable domestic employment, international mobility, and workforce planning simultaneously. I think these are extremely important area, not just for employment, not just for this. It's a huge opportunity for Indian workforce. More importantly, we are solving a global societal problem. A lot more people living much longer and needing this caregiving services. Thank you very much. Very happy to be part of it and happy to listen to the panelists and work with all of you.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh. I would now request Dr. Karthik N, Managing Director at Ayush Senior Care, to share his thoughts.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. Thanks to the ministry, our country's leader putting priority for this notable space gives a lot of acceleration for the work we all do. Just to step back, I'm part of the industry board as well for the senior care, senior living sector. And just to give you an eagle's eye view, there are close to 150 operators within the geriatric care, senior care space, generating close to 15 to 20,000 jobs within the caregiver space today. And it's only going to become 5 times over the next 3 to 5 years. Just as an employer, I alone as Atulya, we hire close to 700 general duty assistants, caregivers. And you can imagine with 150 operators, that will only become close to 100,000 over the next 3 to 5 years. So the capacity we are building together will be absorbed only by the geriatric and senior care companies that are coming in the days to come, just to give support for the initiative. Largely, I think today there are very informal caregiver training agencies out there. Other than the traditional competencies, I think today tech has become a very important role in day-to-day routine. So it's important to look at the competencies required by the caregivers beyond general caretaking, to look at how we can train them in use of technology, such as health. Today, most of the medical records are becoming digital. So can we empower them to use medical records for some basic documentation, such as rounding or daily caregiving, their activities of daily living? Second, today, especially within the geriatric care force, a lot of tech has come into the monitoring of care itself. Not talking about medical devices, basic sensors or activities or motion sensors. So can we start looking at how do we train them at an early level on use of technology for daily routine management? And third, not only for medical, for also communication. Caregivers play a very important role in being a medium between the actual care clinical people and the family. So it's very important for us to train them on communication skills using tech as a platform for facilitation of communication. Third, what are really the emerging skills and specialization? Today, caregivers are very broadly trained on caregiving. Can we start going into very specifics of geriatric caretaking, especially can we become a specialized trainer in falls prevention and mobilization? Can we train the caregiver to be a helpful assistant for a senior citizen who has dementia or any form of mental health condition, not on the medical aspect, just on the cognitive health and supportive management? Third, can we look at using caregivers to, especially elders who are in terminal illness, end of life, the biggest support, especially ones who are choose to die at home or in any peaceful setup where they've chosen, can they be a companion? Can they be a source of strength for them to lean on? Because it takes a lot of burden on that young professional to see the one who they have cared for is not going to be there anymore. So we have to prepare them to handle such situations, and it's not going to be easy. So specialization within the caregiver workforce has to start. A conversation needs to happen on those space so that they are ready to handle as they progress in the career. And this could also be seen as an aspiration for them. Maybe they start as a general duty assistant, then they kind of move into a more specialized role, and that will lead to a better salaries and better growths in their careers. And fourth, can we look at building more credibility to the space? Today, most of us unfortunately hire caregivers from different agencies, formal, informal. Can we look at creating a digital platform for employment where employers, we register the job openings, where we are openly telling how many jobs I have in Chennai, how many jobs I have in Bangalore, how many I have in Pune, so that there is a very clear transparency in the opportunities available. Likewise, there should be a platform where caregivers are able to register themselves with their competency certificates from credible agencies where we know that listed GDA is fully verified, and I can just go and give them an opportunity to go work for us. So today it's very informal, it's very difficult for us to struggle while we have a lot of openings, but we don't know where to go. We are constantly make mistakes in hiring from informal agencies, and we struggle. So an employment platform would be very, very helpful for accelerating this space, both on the supply and demand side. And third is on the insurance recognition. Today, of course, most of the other clinical services, to my knowledge, gets reimbursed, but caregiving business is such an important aspect when it comes to senior citizen care. With Ayushman Bharat's program accelerating, can we look at how do we integrate reimbursements or coverage of caregiver services as part of the larger insurance modeling, so that that's the only way, unless there is a access to care through financial access, it will really be difficult today. See, for example, our each facility is close to a 100-bed facility, will require 100 caretakers. But on a long-term period, the elders will not be able to, they do require a 1:1 at times, but it's very difficult for them to pay for this for a long term. So can insurance play a role in supporting senior citizens in the caregiving coverage would be one request. I try to keep it crisp so that respecting the rest of the speakers coming our way. Thank you for the opportunity. I think this is a great step towards accelerating this space.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karthik. I will now call upon Ms. Sumitra Mishra, CEO Mobile Crash, which is a pioneering organization and working in childcare, gender and labor, focusing on women in the informal sector and their children. Ms. Mishra, please.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon, all officials and fellow panelists. I will jump straight into the subject for which I've been given this opportunity. It is obvious that there is a clear attention both in the policies of Government of India as well as in the budget statement now, that there is a move towards formalizing and recognizing care economy as a formal sector. And previous speakers have also now explicitly and reinforced that the overall care economy meets a lifespan approach from childcare to youth and adolescents and elderly care, including disability care. It is from the childcare lens that I would like to bring your attention to some policy investments and way forward, because as mobile creches, we've been in the childcare space for more than 50 years now, currently supporting both state governments and other non-governmental organization in running more than 5,000 creches and childcare services for the poor and marginalized communities across the country. Also working very closely with both national and state governments in the norms, standards, and quality framework settings for childcare. And we ourselves, as an organization, train around 3,000 to 5,000 child caregivers and other supervisors, supervisory cadre in the childcare sector. So in that sense, the one clear ask that I would like to present here is that while we are sharpening the policy attention on the healthcare skilling and the allied services to the 1.5 lakh caregivers, one thing that we can consider is to look at within this 1.5 caregivers, can the ministry, through multiple sector skill council, also look at a target for the childcare workforce? And that would then at least bring some attention to the monitoring of the childcare workforce. And why this? Because again, I mean, science is pointing us towards the evidence of 90% of brain development happening before the age of 6 years. And therefore, the early years are foundational. And it meets the Government of India's vision for Viksit Bharat in terms of preparing the foundational stage. And this links to the national education policy priorities also. But there is a double advantage of focusing on skilled childcare workforce, because good quality care, childcare services on the ground will also enable greater women's workforce participation. And there are plenty of conversations within public policy on that link between good quality childcare and women's workforce now being established in our own evidence within the country. We've seen that wherever there have been good quality care that is sustained over a period of time, that has unlocked at least 30% of new women to join the workforce. And within existing women being retained and new women joining, it reaches almost 60 to 70% of women in the workforce. So there is a clear case there. And also, if I refer to the Niti Aayog's assessment of meeting Viksit Bharat goals, what is the requirement of the market for childcare services in the country? Niti Aayog proposes around 25 to 30 lakh creches across the country being needed, both publicly funded, private enterprise run, as well as community owned creches. If we take the smallest unit of these creches, then we are already talking of around 60 lakh childcare workers, supervisors that the country requires to meet its domestic need. And therefore, it is very, very opportunistic that the Health Sector Skill Council has recently launched the qualification pack for 3 kinds of childcare workforce job roles: the care worker, the ECD worker, the early childhood development coordinator or associate level, and a childcare entrepreneur. So looking at the spectrum from both employment to enterprise. Now I come to 2 parts to say that if this is an opportunity for us, what can we do immediately to maximize this opportunity? The first thing, and I will request the Ministry of Skill Development to consider this request, that as an interministerial discussion with Ministry of Women and Child Development, we look at mandating or promoting the NSQF job roles for all the Palna creche workers, which is run under the Ministry of Women and Child Development. So that could be one way of ensuring some quality standards in the Palna creches. And the certification comes through the NSDA say framework. Secondly, we can look at MWCD putting out a notification for all privately run, community run creches for its own workforce to undergo the recently launched Health Sector Skill Council courses and be certified. So that's one in terms of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. The second suggestion over here is that Ministry of Labor, Housing and Urban Affairs, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, and multiple other ministries also run childcare services. So recommendation from the Ministry of Skill Development to go to all of these ministries to make certification under the NSDC qualification pack as a mandate for these job roles. And this is not simply to drive up the numbers. I'm saying this because this is about very young children under 6 years, children under 3 years, where safety and quality of services to sustain the childcare economy or the childcare sector is extremely important as we are beginning to look at some precursors for formalizing this sector. Related to this, I would also like to suggest that the existing Anganwadi workers and Anganwadi helpers, there was a reference to Asha workers and Anganwadi workers earlier. Again, not to drive the numbers, but simply to bring some kind of formalization to a very, very informal, invisible childcare sector. These could be another segment of workers who are already in the system, but highly invisible, to gain certification and look at career progression. The third point that I would like to make here is that the budget statement this year has also provided tax incentive to corporates who are providing on-site creches. Again, this is for MSDE to consider having a conversation with the Ministry of Corporate Affairs to say that any company that is providing on-site creches through their vendors must at least guarantee that the workforce is certified through the NSQF qualification pack to bring parity in the eligibility condition and in the certification, and therefore some quality standards to the creches that is being run in this country. That's something that is low hanging, that is possible to do right away, madam. In terms of the bigger picture, as we are moving forward, quickly, I have 3 things to submit over here, and many of these suggestions you've already heard. Number one, to work on the training infrastructure. If the health care jobs training infrastructure is minimal, please imagine that the childcare jobs and the training infrastructure is negligible, and it is very ad hoc and extremely informal. I'm happy that Mobile Creches is partnering with the Health Sector Skill Council to create some kind of training infrastructure, some standards of trainers, and the continuous support to the trainers in this sector. So the training infrastructure needs policy attention, needs long-term investment to set it up in the country. The second recommendation I would like to make over here is the childcare entrepreneur. We all want to support enterprises and care entrepreneurship, especially in the childcare sector. But without market linkages, without access to credit, particularly for the childcare enterprises, without a registration of care services in some kind of a portal that guarantees some minimal standards of quality, we would leave the burden of successful childcare enterprises on women mostly, and mostly middle income, low income women, and that would be informal. We would set up ourselves without putting the enabling conditions in place. We would set ourselves to fail to say 5 years later that childcare entrepreneurship doesn't work in this country. So some safeguards are required. The last point that I'll make is again something that my co-panelists have mentioned is the dignity towards care job, particularly dignity towards childcare job. Childcare has been highly feminized. It has been a family practice, and we know that. So how do we raise the professionalism of the childcare cadre? Basically, 3 quick things: large scale public messaging to make care work aspirational, focusing equally on childcare work, and to make care work gender transformative. This is not just a woman's job. Care jobs can be done by men and women, including childcare jobs. Secondly, to incentivize skilling. Other panelists have spoken. Why would an untrained nanny who's hired in a home come for a skilling if the wages and the career progression is not mapped out? And therefore, to have the incentive mechanism for all of us to deliberate on the incentive mechanism. And the third thing that I will say, that to look at a childcare workers registry, the registry has been mentioned. So respect by creating role models for childcare jobs, remuneration by raising the bar of care jobs, and recognition through their entry into a national registry, which then tracks subsequent trainings and refresher courses and recertification will be important. I'll end by saying that the domestic demand for childcare currently in India is quite high. If we try and put some building blocks in organizing this domestic demand, it will automatically create us a pipeline to look at a supply into the overseas market. With that, I would like to thank you again for this opportunity, and thanks a lot.
I would request Mr. Rajat Mehta, Managing Director and CEO, Antara Senior Care, to share his thoughts.
Namaste everybody. Indeed, very heartening to see these deliberations organized by the Ministry of Skill and Development. I think India is indeed going through a social and demographic transition. The number that really caught my attention was that 19,500 Indians turn 60 every day. That's one every 4.4 seconds. So soon we'll have crores of seniors, and I don't know where this caregiving capacity will come from. What makes this further, imperative is the fact that our traditional care systems of joint family care, community care have all broken down, at least in the top 30 urban cities. We have also noticed a subtle shift in the needs of seniors, particularly after COVID. There is larger acceptability of senior living communities, special facilities for assisted living. Therefore, the need for these caregiving, staff is going to only go up in the next few years. My first suggestion is we need to segment the competencies and skills required, because while there is commonality, the skills required for end-of-life care, palliative care, memory care, and long-term care are quite distinct. So we need to segment these so we are able to develop the training programs and certifications accordingly. While it is commonly understood that all seniors want the care to be firstly in the comfortable environment of their home, but that sector is quite fragmented, unorganized. And that makes it a challenge in terms of consistency and quality. One way of quickly organizing this would be to introduce the minimum standards already drafted by the Healthcare Sector Skills Council, certification and recognition to be part of government policies, rules and regulations, and some incentives which will quickly organize the sector. There is already one example of a company called Snabbit, which is now organizing domestic staff. The same example can be applied to caregiving staff, at home. The Healthcare Sector Skills Council already has training modules which cover a range of skills for elderly care. At Antara, we also deploy such a program called Samarth. It's important that all these recognitions, and especially the recognition of prior learning, become formal. We can create models of ease of, doing skilling, modular structures, reasonable fees, and we can encourage the industry to hire such workforce with these certifications. I think inclusion of these in all government policies, rules and regulations will further strengthen the need for professionally trained caregivers, because my fear is that today this fragmented workforce may be doing more harm than good, to our senior citizens. And this needs urgent attention. I will underscore the point Dr. Karthik made, that insurance so far in India has only looked at acute care and episodic care, but recognition that seniors require a lot more chronic disease management, and recognizing the fact that caregiving, whether in the home setting or in specialized facilities or senior communities, also should be able to attract insurance. That will be a big push to the entire sector. So therefore, I think a combination of insurance, certification, standards, and encouraging industry to recruit such people so that they have career paths would be, I think, important for us to augment the caregiving capacity in India. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Alexander Thomas, founding member of Sabka Vikas. Dr. Thomas, are you there?
I am here. Yeah, thank you. I'll just address two areas of importance. I think a lot of things have been mentioned, and I won't try and not repeat it. Traditionally, elder care in India has been provided by the families, within the families. However, with the present urbanization, migration, and smaller family structures, families increasingly need trained support within their community. So this actually develops an opportunity to develop caregiving as a structured and respected, and I'll come back to that, respected profession. So to achieve this, skilling progress, in my view, should focus on three important events. First, and very important, professional and standardized training. It must be recognized, caregiving must be recognized as a skilled profession rather than informal work. And I think training programs should follow national standards. I work with the Health Sector Skill Council, and I know that the standards are very high. So I think it should be developed and follow the standards set by the Health Sector Skill Council under the National Skills Qualification Framework. Incidentally, as one of the earlier speakers was mentioning about the need for programs, the Health Sector Skill Council, we can create programs, and there are either already programs, or we can look at palliative caregiver, geriatric caregiver, dementia provider, child caregiver, etc., and Alzheimer's caregiver. These are very common areas that there is a need, but it's important to define the caregiving, to differentiate health caregivers, and for clarity among the patients and the end users. And as mentioned earlier, and I'll repeat it because it's important, they should not only include the basic geriatric care, but also communication skills, mental health support, nutrition, rehab support, and the use of assisted devices. Certification and structured career pathways will definitely help in elevating caregiving to a recognized profession. The second point I want to make is that caregivers should ideally be trained within their own communities and linked to social service delivery. This will make a big difference. Platforms like self-help groups, Anganwadi networks, and local NGOs can help identify these candidates, particularly women, and support them in providing services close to home. I also work with organization called Sabka Vikas, and we work in the area of healthy aging and senior citizen welfare. And we have been exactly advocating for this kind of community-based elder care model. In fact, along with HSSC, we have almost finalized a model for the family caregiver, which will become very useful. This came as a request from the caregivers, and I think this will make a difference. So where trained caregivers, including family members, support older persons within their own neighborhoods, within their own families. At the same time, the non-family caregivers, for them, it is creating a meaningful livelihood opportunity. Third, and I think this is very important, and I think most of us miss this, recognition and career progression are absolutely essential. If you look at today, respect is not there, dignity is not there, and caregivers, especially the senior citizens, burn out within a year or two. Through organizations like the HSSC, when caregivers receive formal certification, fair compensation, this is also important, fair compensation, they should make sure that they're not exploited, and opportunities to advance into specialized or supervisory roles. This is something that HSSC gives as a career progression, and I think this has to be factored in. Otherwise, we may solve the problem for a year or two, and after that, there will be issues. So when you do all this, a profession naturally gains respect. While caregiving is a professionally trained, community-based, and socially recognized, it can become dignified, and I want to underline the word dignified, and aspirational livelihood option, particularly for the women and those. The second few minutes I'd like to talk in is how can we work together. My area of interest has been networking both with governments and other organizations, and I know that this is the only way things would work. So how can this ambitious project announced by our Prime Minister, how can it actually be implemented? How can the government schemes, skill councils, and private sector partners work together? This will require, for this mammoth project to succeed, this will require strong collaboration between government, skill institutions, healthcare providers, and community organizations. First, the government's role is to create the enabling framework. Ministries like the ministries here, the skill development, health, women and child development, rural development, they have to look at integrating caregiving training into existing schemes so that we can use what is there. Government programs can support training, certification, and placement systems while ensuring consistent standards. And this is very important. Consistent standards across the country. And I would like to include, as I mentioned earlier, career progression. Thirdly, the private healthcare sector must be actively involved. I've been privileged to work with the government of Karnataka and also at the national level, and the outcomes in a public-private partnership have gone up 10x, and we have actually impacted millions in Karnataka, and I think that's the way to go forward. Hospitals, rehabilitation centers, home healthcare providers, and elder care facilities can save us training and apprenticeship centers, this was mentioned earlier, giving caregivers practical exposure and employment opportunities. Community organizations have an important role to play. As I mentioned, Sabka Vikas, which focuses on healthy aging, we can develop community-based elder care models. Raising awareness about the needs of senior citizens also is important. And then we link trained caregivers with families that require support. Finally, this was mentioned, digital platforms can help connect trained caregivers with households that need services while also enabling monitoring, certification tracking, and continuing education. With the government, when government policy supports standardized skill development, private sector participation, and community initiatives such as Vaya Vikas, if we all work together, I have no doubt that India can build a strong caregiving workforce that supports the aging population while creating a large-scale employment opportunities across the country. And I'm sure that with all of us together, this magnificent scheme will benefit not only the caregivers but also those needing care. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. I would now request Dr. Sunil Kumar, Director, Institute of Palliative Sciences, Trivandrum, to please share his thoughts.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. So I would like to start with a simple thought.
But it will not get dropped.
Am I audible?
Yes.
So I would like to start with a simple thought that healthcare is not only about saving lives, it is also about relieving suffering. And palliative care focuses on relieving the serious health-related suffering caused by conditions such as advanced heart disease, chronic lung disease, neurological disorders, kidney failure, severe frailty in the elderly, cancer, and many other illnesses that causes significant physical and emotional distress. In India, the need of such care is growing rapidly due to aging population and the increasing burden of chronic diseases. At Palliative India, we see this reality every day through our clinical services and community programs. And I would like to share a brief story. We once cared for an elderly woman with an advanced heart failure who was bedridden and approaching the end of her life. Her daughter was her primary caregiver, but she was overwhelmed. She did not know how to position her mother, how to manage her breathlessness, or how to make her comfortable. A caregiver trained through Palliative India began visiting the home. She helped with positioning, hygiene, feeding, and monitoring symptoms. More importantly, she reassured the family and showed them how to care for their mother with confidence. In the final days of her life, the patient remained comfortable at home, surrounded by her family. Her daughter later told us that without the trained caregiver, she would have to rush her mother to the hospital in panic, so the patient could die in dignity. That story reminds us of an important truth that in serious illness, families need not only medicines, they need hands that care and hearts that understand. And despite the growing need, access to palliative care in India remains very limited. There are several challenges. There are very few specialized palliative care centers, especially outside major cities. There is also a shortage of trained palliative care professionals, and awareness about palliative care among healthcare providers and families remains limited. Another challenge is that palliative care is not yet fully integrated into mainstream healthcare systems. Many patients experiencing serious health-related suffering do not timely receive it. But perhaps the most critical gap is the lack of trained caregiving workforce. Families often depend on untrained helpers who may be willing to assist but do not have the knowledge needed to safely care for patients, whether it is mobility support, hygiene, feeding, symptom observation, or handling medical equipments. At the same time, caregiving as a profession often lacks recognition, career pathways, and social protection, which discourages young people from entering this field. And yet the reality is clear. Doctors and nurses cannot do this alone. Compassionate care requires trained caregiving workforce. So how can we move forward? One practical solution is the development of structured skilling programs that train community members as multi-skilled caregivers. These programs are not meant for doctors or nurses. It is for ordinary individuals to provide essential caregiving support under professional supervision. And these forces can be trained in competencies for geriatric care, palliative care, home and institutional based care, basic allied health support, and operating medical devices such as oxygen concentrators, hospital beds, wheelchairs, and suction apparatus. This multi-skilling approach is important because patients experiencing serious health-related suffering often have complex and overlapping needs. Encouragingly, a national skills qualification frame aligned qualification for palliative caregivers have recently been developed through Health Sector Skill Council with inputs from experts. Palliative care organizations like Pallium India, which already provide clinical services, training, community outreach, can play a crucial role in training this workforce and ensuring that training reflects real-life caregiving needs. At the same time, we must create aspirational value for caregiving by establishing clear career progression pathways, ensuring better compensation for trained caregivers than the untrained one, improving social security and working conditions, accrediting caregiving organization to maintain service quality, conducting awareness campaigns to attract young people to this meaningful profession. Because ultimately, caregiving should not be seen as an informal help. It is a skilled profession that deserves training, recognition, and dignity. Let me conclude with one reflection. A health system that cannot relieve suffering is an incomplete health system. If we combine structured training, recognized certification, and meaningful career pathways, India can build a strong and sustainable caregiving workforce. Institutions like Pallium India, working together with government and skill development partners, can help make this possible. And when we do this, we move closer to a healthcare system where no person has to live or die in avoidable suffering, and where families feel supported during the most vulnerable moments of life. Thank you for patient listening.
Thank you very much to all our participants and for very, very useful suggestions. We will now move on to the question answer session of our webinar. Now, actually, we've run a little over time, but I don't regret that because the richness, the discussions have been extremely rich, and I think we have come across with very, very strong suggestions. So I have a suggestion. With regard to the question answer session, I'm going to ask the interveners to raise the questions, but I will ask the panelists to put down their response in writing, and we will share it on the group in the interest of time. So if that is okay, we will proceed along these lines, asking our interveners to raise their questions, and thereafter the panelists can sit down, and we will share it across the larger group. Is that does that work? Yeah. Thank you.
So we can share on the WhatsApp group all the responses?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, बताइए, how will we share it?
We have a separate group where all the speakers as well as the interventionists, they are already in that WhatsApp group. So you raise your question and you tell us which of the panelists you would want to respond to that question. and they will send their responses in the WhatsApp group itself. Later on, we will collate these responses and those will also be taken on board. I hope that's fine with everybody.
Sure.
I would now request Mr. Amit Saini, who's Commissioner, Skill Development, Employment and Entrepreneurship, Maharashtra, to raise his question.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Dr. Amit Saini. First of all, thank you very much for organizing such an important debate on such an important topic, ma'am. And special thanks for the choice of panelists you have, ma'am, arranged for us. That's very nice. And thanks to the panelists for giving us an insight into such a new topic, ma'am. Actually, it's an old topic, but we have got aware of it now. Ma'am, there's one small request that the name of the panelists with their contact numbers and emails be shared on the group so that we can correctly get in touch with them, because there are many queries in our mind with respect to many things which panelists have discussed today. My limited question is to Georgia, ma'am.
I'll share this along with the contact details so that you can maintain that touch subsequently also.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, that's so important. Thank you very much. Ma'am, my limited question is to Georgia, ma'am, UNICEF. We all know, ma'am, the caregivers are very underpaid, and of course, it's largely undertaken by women. So, if we formalize this care economy, is it going to really benefit economic empowerment of the woman? Is my first. And ma'am has already suggested the RPL way of formalizing it. So is there any other special training or upskillings which required to be done so that these marginalized workers and women in this sector are recognized properly and they have a formal dignity as we are quietly discussing about it? So thank you very much, ma'am. It's a very limited question.
Thank you. We've taken note of that. Shri Chakravarti Singh Rathore, Director DTEP, Odisha.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Chakravarti, ma'am. My question is to Mr. K. Ganesh. We have talked a lot about the demand which is there in the market. We have talked about the supply side ecosystem as well. But currently, there's no market which exists which is able to match the demand and supply. If one person today wants a caregiver, it is very difficult for them to find an agency which that can be trusted. So I would request you, based on your experience, if you can suggest a few ideas through which the market can be formalized so that from both demand and supply side, the system, and it will automatically help in organizing the unorganized sector as well. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Great question. I'll respond to it on the WhatsApp as has been discussed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shri Anup R, Manager Case, Kerala.
Good afternoon, ma'am. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. And due to the limited time, I would like to ask the question to Dr. Sunilkumar sir. Basically, he belongs to Kerala, and myself representing Kerala State Skill Development Mission. So, sir, my question is just like it's covered in caregiving roles, especially in home and palliative care. Are in an unorganized sector, especially in terms of salary and compensation package and working conditions and all. So you having your extensive experience in this field, how we can solve this some kind of exploitation in terms of salary, and how we can identify verified job roles. In the presentation you were mentioning like NSQF and all. And for the few years being State Skill Development Mission, we are engaged with some industry partners and Sector Skill Council and Kudumbashree like part training. So from that experience, there are some kind of exploitation is happening. So how we can solve that issue in a positive sense? That's my question, ma'am.
Okay, shall respond in the WhatsApp too.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Ms. Mona Gupta, Head of Nursing Education, Bangalore Hospice Trust, Head of Nursing. Ms. Mona Gupta, CEO, Home Management and Caregivers, SSC.
Yeah, good afternoon to the August gathering here. My question is based on the varied and in-depth inputs that have been received from all the participants. It is specifically also addressed to Dr. Alexandra Thomas, and any state government heads that are also present here. While we are looking at 1.5 lakh caregivers, we also know that 70% of India lives in our villages. How do we plan to bridge the gap for affordable and accessible elderly caregiving and allied care for rural India? Additionally, how can a dedicated channel specifically for rural regions be created who have been so far depending on familial care, but family migrations have led to the absence of this situation right now, so that increased longevity translates into a life led with care and dignity, and also addressing women participation in labor force, which releases, as one of the esteemed panelists mentioned, about 30% of the workforce for our GDP. Thank you.
Yeah,
Dharmarajan,
we'll respond on
Assistant.
that. Thank you for the question. Very important points. I'll respond on the email, on the link. Thank you.
Thank you.
I next request Dr. Prashant Dharmarajan, Assistant Professor, All India Institute of Ayurveda, to raise his question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Respected Madam team and all the dignified audience here. Sir, my question is to Dr. Rajat, sir. We know that Ayush is one of the most important player in the skill programs that's there in India. And Ayush has the principles of holistic wellness and India's traditional health system, which has a significant potential to strengthen the community health services, elderly care, and evidence-based management of chronic diseases. So, based on this background, I have two questions, madam. One is integration of traditional wellness systems. How can traditional wellness systems such as Ayurveda and yoga can be systematically incorporated into caregiver training programs to support holistic and person-centered care for elderly individuals, particularly within the organized senior living communities? Second one is strengthening the skill ecosystem. How can a national skilling ecosystem collaborate with Ayush institutions to design specialized training modules that effectively combine modern caregiving competencies with traditional wellness approaches, thereby creating a new generation of integrative caregivers, which are the need for this time? So these are the two questions which I have.
Thank you. Great question. We're already doing something on this. I'll answer it.
Next, move to Ms. Anshu Verma, AGM Healthcare SSC, to raise her question.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity to the respected gathering over here. Definitely hearing this webinar since morning, there are targeted interventions which are needed across four key important pillars, which are very, very clear in front of the eyes, starting with expanding the training capacity to making caregiving an aspirational profession, enhancing opportunities, and also strengthening financing and service integration. With this, I have questions which I would like to put up with Mr. Sandeep Kumar Sodexo. So, sir, from your experience being an industry as a recruitment agency, what are the key skills which you often find difficult to find in a person to say that the person is work ready professional or work ready caregiver, and how can the healthcare organizations, especially the private providers, can come with the government to strengthen training, on the job exposure, and industry readiness of caregivers? So two perspectives, sir, is about that what are the key skills which from the training aspect needs to be integrated so that we have work ready professionals and it is easier for the industry to hire them, and also then what are how industry and the government can work together to create that capacity. The second question I would request if Mr. Bharat Vishwaria sir could address is from the financing perspective, because the people we are catering to, the caregiver, they come from a very humble background. With that humble background, they often find difficulty in paying the fee for them. So what are the financials model can be explored in terms of the framework or support mechanism that could help and ensure that the aspiring candidate, especially from the modest background, can access these opportunities in the care sector and can help address the shortage as well as come up with aspirational higher values into this
thing. Thank you for the opportunity. We look forward to work on this. Thank you.
So I hope Dr. Singh and Dr. Sabala have taken note of that. I look forward to Sri Suhas Deshmukh, Director at NCVT, to raise this question.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Sri Prasad Pise, Additional Secretary, Ministerial Office. As of now, we know that there is a global demand for the caregivers, and India is now having a strong pool of the people who can go and do the caregiving activities out of India. So for that purpose, the NCVT is as of now that setting up a standard in many more places, together 57 different sectors. So can we have, my question is like this, can we have an international alignment of those courses so that there will be a smooth mobility, smooth ethics, all these things can be taken into account? Thank you.
Yes, I think I will reply to this one. It's only on our WhatsApp platform.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I would now request Shri Abhishek Gupta to take this question.
Thank you. My question is to you, Ma'am Secretary. I mean, from a partnerships perspective, what are some, you want to achieve this goal of 1.5 lakh carers. So what are the most critical partnerships that you see from your perspective that are required to achieve this goal?
Thank you for the question. It will require me to distill all the wisdom that we have, sort of gathered through this, but I will respond on the WhatsApp group. Just a quick kind of listening as we wind up. I would, anybody who has been watching this webinar, who have not been part of the structured questioning session, anybody who has a suggestion, anybody who has a question, we have the chat box open. But even thereafter, anybody who wants to put a question on the YouTube stream, we will be happy to pick up the questions and respond. So any questions, any suggestions, I will request people who are part of the webinar or even those who, sort of watch this later, we'd like, a larger, sort of questions, suggestions to come in terms of making this program successful. Thank you.
Then I think somebody has been left out from the questions.
Has somebody been left
out?
out?
I'm here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I left out your
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Sangeeta from Karunashriya. And it was very nice. Thanks for the wonderful opportunity from morning to listen from all the speakers. In my experience in the daily work with patients and family, I clearly see there is a growing need of skilled caregivers. But there is a gap from the theory and the practical skills. That is what I observe every day. So my question to Dr. S.P. Singh is, as we aim to rapidly, to scale up the caregiver training, and you are doing a wonderful job and a lot of trainings are coming in the pipeline. And what strategies can universities or skill institutions adopt to expand this training capacity while ensuring the practical exposure? Here, I want to mention very strongly about the communication skills, compassionate care, and how you have to ensure your caregiver to find out the symptom recognition for the patients, which is very important, what we find the challenges in the practical settings, and how you align these training standards with international requirements. So our Indian caregivers also will get the global employment opportunity. This is the question to you. I have one more question to Dr. Sunil Kumar. Sir, you are the largest workforce training sector in the country. So what is your opinion about a long-term national caregiver framework that integrate the geriatric, palliative care and home-based palliative care? And how you can incorporate all these things by using the structured technology training pathways? That is what I would like to ask you from the Pallium to create a dignified, as Dr. Alexander rightly mentioned, and have a sustainable career opportunities for caregivers, both within the country as well as a global network. This is what my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I have noted and recorded also. I will respond to you on the WhatsApp, and I will be
Sure.
happy to take more questions from anyone if they post on the WhatsApp. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sangeeta, for that important question, and I would try to answer your question in the WhatsApp group.
Sure.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your participation. We'll also show a QR code. It's there.
Yes, ma'am.
So a QR code is also there. So anybody who wants to send in their comments or raise questions, kindly use that QR code and communicate with us. Thank you very much all for your participation. We will be joining again, ma'am, at 3:30, wherein all the summation of the 7 breakout sessions, it will be given by Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorable Member Health in the Niti Aayog. And thereafter, that will be followed by the closing remarks by the Honorable Minister of the Ministries. So I would request all of you to join back at 3:30 for the continuation of this program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
उन लोग को बुला दो जरा, निसर्ग शुक्ला और आरवी पटेल को। बैठो बैठो। सैटरडे को भेज दिया था?
नहीं, कॉपी नहीं निकली थी, आज अभी भेज दी।
नहीं सर, लेकिन
नर्सिंग
उसी के लिए आपसे डिस्कस करना है सर। अभी सिविल वर्क्स और फर्नीचर का भी जो फाइनल किया है उसमें भी बहुत सारी जगह ऐसी है जहाँ पे डिस्क्रिपेंसीज हैं। अब उस दिन जब हमारी ऑनलाइन जो बात हुई थी तो फिर आप डिस्कनेक्ट हो गए थे, लेकिन उसके बाद
मैंने कर दिया।
This meeting is being recorded.
अभी चालू नहीं हुआ means you are not.
It was not going. Finally, it's gone to this hub and it's stopped. It's not going anywhere to the regular thing.
This meeting is no longer being recorded. This meeting is no longer being recorded. This webinar is being recorded. This meeting is no longer being recorded.
You got into the traffic from Delhi.
Yeah, of course. There's always traffic, unfortunately. I thought it would be better at 1:30, but it wasn't.
No. Bangalore is worse than the Delhi.
Yeah, they're about the same, I think. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, well, anyway, and then I wasn't sure where your office was, but then I saw it was 9:05, so then I realized.
No problem.
Yeah, I realized just the number. Okay, so sorry I'm late. Apologize for that. Anyway, good to meet you.
Good. We are looking forward that how we work together.
I hope so, yeah. Okay. So I don't know much about your association, so.
Okay. You see, I retired from government.
Okay.
I was heading the Quality Council of India.
Okay.
Yeah, and that body does the accreditation of various bodies in environment, food safety, healthcare, education. So the different boards were under me.
Okay.
I was heading overall. And then when I retired, the hospitals in India, they wanted to unite and form a body.
Okay.
So they approached me.
How long ago was this?
This was in 2012.
Okay.
Yeah. So they approached me that before I take up any other assignment, why don't you be the head of this association, CEO?
Okay.
So that's why I joined this organization, and there is a governing board. President keeps changing every 2 years.
Okay.
And I, as a CEO, continue till they want.
Okay.
Till the governing board wants.
You manage the operations. You manage.
Yeah, I have got 2 offices. One here.
Get direction from the board a little bit, but you get to manage the.
And 1 office is in Bangalore.
Oh, okay.
And then 20 offices in the different states.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Each office will have 3-4 people only.
Okay.
Now, what we do is advocacy issues.
Okay.
Tariff, taxation, regulation, which government imposes on the hospitals.
Okay.
So we take care of it. We talk to government.
Right.
We represent hospitals. That this is good, this is not good, and things like that. This keeps on going. Then capacity building. We help our members in building capacity on, let us say, reliability, quality, disasters, patient safety. So we have various training bodies. There is a training academy which imparts training at different locations to our members, whosoever wants. So that we want as term as a capacity building. Third is that at times we have to take the legal action, fight against the government. So we go to the court, represent the hospital that this is our issue. And then government also comes and we somehow, anyway. So these issues keep on happening.
Right.
So in short, we are a representative body of around 21,000 plus hospitals.
21,000?
Yeah.
Wow, large number.
Quite good number.
And how many hospitals are there in India?
Around 70,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
And your hospitals tend to be the larger ones or the smaller ones?
Yeah. You see, smaller, below 30 beds may not be our members.
Oh, they're not. Okay. So it's a bigger hospital.
About 30.
So the nursing homes, things like that aren't as much.
Because their issues
They're
are
small.
very local.
Yeah.
So
is India phasing out the nursing home idea? Is it like becoming less popular? Or it's still very popular?
Nursing homes?
Yeah.
See, nursing homes are actually next to community. They work closer to the community in the smaller places.
Right. It used to be in India many years ago. Nursing home was the main hospital.
I know.
So many nursing
They used to be called as nursing homes, and today also. But today, once you cross 50 bed, we call you hospital.
So anything less than 50 beds, you can still consider a nursing
Still,
home. But it's decreasing in popularity. the nursing home or not?
I tell you reason, they are nowadays not able to utilize the technology.
Ministry of Health. Oh, so
Yeah.
and patients want to go to a bigger place.
There is a government seminar today going on.
Good afternoon, sir. Ministry of Health.
Between 8:30 to
And I
6:30. Prime Minister inaugurated. I am panel member, but this will start at 3:30, not now. In between there is a break.
Oh, that's a great.
There is a break.
Okay, yeah, good. Okay.
So now coming to our issue.
And I think
the awareness of the lead.
Yeah.
After year 2000, or a little before 1997. So I was heading the Quality Council of India.
Okay.
So I used to have grant funds for promoting quality and safety issues.
Are you asking about NIC-DC team?
That this is a problem in our country and we need to educate. So I said the best way to educate is go to the colleges, train the teachers, and teachers should be aware about the lead poisoning and other associated issues with the lead. So we started from that. So we used to give fund to Venkatesh team. Venkatesh used to send teams across. Then we
It's like medical college.
This was a big job, but we could not do it completely.
Yeah.
We did it in many places. After that, we did the CDs in local language. And distributed those CDs so that they can play on computer and show.
Thank you.
Then we approach paint industry. Then we have to bring down the content of the lead pigment have to be. So all sorts of things, and then we went to government to get the regulation. And government issued the regulation that paint industry or household cannot have lead levels more than this.
More than 90, yeah.
So we succeeded. And then of course socially we went to even temples that we make the goddess and then we immerse in the river, painted.
Okay, yeah.
And paint used to be all ordinary paint.
Right.
So we told them that in future you use the unpainted.
Yes, that's your theory.
All sorts of things we did. In the process, we realized that we now have to educate the doctors. Patient comes with a child. So doctor will not even imagine that this could be a lead-related problem. They will stomach ache.
Right.
Okay, some child is little, irritant, or is not showing the absorption of in the classroom.
Right.
He will never think that it could be the lead-related.
Exactly. I know. That's the problem.
So they were realized. Then we started educating the doctors. And then we realized that where the lab.
Exactly.
So we started with the 2 labs, 3, 4, 5. I think today almost 50, 60 labs are there in the country, but that is a small number, which can measure the lead in the blood.
Okay. Right. Proper, yeah.
Hello.
For that, you need that kit. What Venkatesh was talking, that we have to import that kit, which is used in the laboratory.
Well, some reference laboratories use a different test, I think. They use one that's developed. I don't know how much that also is expensive, and only a few reference laboratories have that ability.
Yeah.
I think that test is also like 2,000 rupees a test or something.
But once we indigenize, the cost will come down to 1/4.
Once we what?
Indigenize.
Oh yeah.
Make
exactly.
it in India.
Yeah, that's the issue.
That is where I think he was referring you.
Yeah.
That you can be one of the person who initiate, and I told Venkatesh that give me the details of the kit. So I have got a few members in my association who are very famous. For example, General Electric, Siemens, they are international.
Okay.
Philips. Then there are little lower level number of them who make the medical devices. So if I can share them the detail that this is the kind of kit we need, can you make? So I am only thinking that I should be able to find at least one or two who can undertake this project.
Yes.
So addition, some funding may be required for the development.
Yes.
Because they will ask me, okay, you gave me some money, so I do some R&D, develop some prototype, do the testing. Once you approve, then of course they will manufacture and sell it.
That's true. But anyone who puts money in should have as an investor, should be an investor.
Yeah.
Just to give
You
them
are
money.
saying that World Bank or Asian Development Bank, which you are connected, should be able to fund it because funding will not be much. And secondly, it has got the very international repercussion or national repercussion that you are addressing the issue of lead poisoning.
But ADB or World Bank gives out loans. Generally.
They give loan.
They generally give loans.
Okay. They don't give the grant.
They don't just give the money.
Okay.
They want it as an investment concept. Okay. This is an investment concept. So they want to see a business plan.
Then I think the Bill Gates Foundation, there are foundations like that.
Yeah, they can just give.
They can give the grant.
But there's also nothing wrong with an investment idea. People should think about this as a business opportunity.
I agree with you.
Because if you give this money to some company,
I think
they're going to make money anyway. So why should we give it to them for
I
free?
think you're right. Even the loan is available, some industry will be interested. Okay, we can explore that. But first,
I mean, the question is, of course, they're going to say, well, where's the market? They have to take a risk. There's a little bit of a risk here that this market.
Let me first get the opinion from the few manufacturers. Can you do it? Number one. If yes, how much money you need? I can tell them, take loan from the banks, maybe national banks. Need not go to Asian Development Bank. There are Indian banks, any banks.
State Bank and the others are also interested in investing in some of this technology.
Parallelly, we will try with the government. There is a Department of Science and Technology. They also can fund it.
Yeah, they can also fund it, exactly.
So I think
there's lots of different potential ways to do this. You just have to get a couple of the right champions together on a committee or a team. And then we have to figure out a little bit about the model, what the business model is going to be.
Business model, I think
is it going to be like a startup kind of concept, like where you put people together and it's developed as a small startup that can grow, or is a big company like Siemens or someone else going to take this on? Say this, or some other diagnostic lab that already does a lot of testing, has lots of money, and says, yeah, we can develop this and add this to our portfolio.
I think to begin with,
but then if you do like some lab, like say you just do I don't know what's the big names you have all these big private commercial labs in India. I forget the names now because it's been a while since I worked with them, but the only issue with that is they're gonna probably say, well, we're gonna charge 500 rupees or 600 rupees for a test, even though the cost may only be 100 rupees. They're gonna want to make money. So that's going to be a little bit of a challenge.
I think I will.
We'll have to try to talk to them about, yes, if you develop this, you have to keep the cost reasonable. Otherwise,
I know.
Otherwise, people won't buy it. Doesn't mean you can't make a profit. Everyone, it's okay to make a profit, but not so much.
Maybe next 30 days.
Because it's a screening test.
Screening only.
It's a screening test, so people aren't going to spend a lot of money on a screening test, right? Because, like, if I said you should get your lead test, you live in Delhi, you don't know what you're eating, you don't know what's getting into your system. You might say, well, do I really need it? I lived my whole life without it. It's really going to help me. You can say, how much does it cost? Say, oh, it's 1,000 rupees. You're going to say, I don't need it. I mean, 1,000 rupees to you may not be much, but generally, the average person is going to say, wait, you say it's 100 rupees. And they say, okay, fine. It's a good test.
You will not mind, yeah.
So we'll have to see.
You are also interested to lead-related issues in the other countries, which are the state of Malaysia, Sri Lanka.
Yeah.
You are doing work on that?
Well, not so much directly yet. I mean, I want to do more. I mean, I've always had an interest I used to work for US CDC. US Centers for Disease Control. And I was trained as a pediatrician.
Okay.
And so I dealt with lead poisoning in my career, both in the US. We used to have a big lead poisoning problem, especially in our cities. And we had a huge program, national program. All children had to be screened for lead. And if the levels were high, it had to be reported to the government. And there was a whole plan to do an environmental assessment of why the kids have high levels. And it was a multi-billion-dollar program.
Right.
Across different agencies, not just one part of the government, but different housing, the Department of Housing, Department of Health, all the Department of Education, all were involved. So it was a very successful 40-year program.
Oh.
It still exists, but now our lead levels are so low that it's no longer a priority, and children don't need to be screened. Only certain children need to be screened. For example, immigrants. Young immigrant children.
Okay.
They come from another country, we can screen them. Because we don't know what's going on in other countries, we want to know what the issues are. And maybe in certain areas of the country where we still know lead is a little bit of a problem, we want to test for it. Occasionally we have a lead problem. Occasionally some product gets adulterated with lead. Or we had this problem in Michigan.
But exposure from paint and the battery is no more there.
Problem in Flint, Michigan. You may have heard about the lead in the pipes.
Yes,
water
pipes. Yeah.
And the water, so the whole community got exposed to lead. That was a big issue about 10 years ago. So occasionally we still have lead issues in America.
हेलो शर्मा जी आवाज आ रही है
आवाज आ रही है
इको आ रही है हेलो
ऑडियो मिल रहा है आपको आ रहा है ना ऑडियो आपका नहीं
देखना अनम्यूट हो गया उधर से। हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून सर। हेलो आवाज आ रही है? हेलो हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून। आपकी एम्पलीफायर तो वॉइस आ रही है? मेरी वॉइस आ रही है? मेरी वॉइस आ रही है? और यहाँ से तो बट रही है।
हेलो जितेंद्र, आवाज आ रही है? आ रही है। हेलो 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 लिंक कौन सा दबाना? सेकंड सेकंड में नाम बोले यार। 1.5 लाख नाम बोल देना है, नाम 1.5 है। बोलो अभी। हेलो 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 कैमरा निमाज निमाज बोलो अभी। हेलो हेलो
हेलो हेलो ठीक है वो ठीक है। हेलो हेलो
This meeting is no longer being recorded.
हेलो ऑडियो बोल रही है?
This meeting is being recorded.
Very nice in terms
Hello.
Hello.
हेलो आपको आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
ये सर मेरे को आवाज आ रही है आपकी, आपको मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
हेलो आ रही है, लाउड एंड क्लियर है, ठीक है।
ओके ओके, थैंक यू।
Honorable Minister Shri Pratap Rao Jadhav Sir, Minister of State for Independent Child of Ayush and Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, my colleagues, secretaries from DPIT, Skill Development Ministry, Ayush, and Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities, Honorable Member Health Niti Aayog, and distinguished panelists and dear stakeholders. After the very inspiring address of Honorable Prime Minister in the morning, we had 7 parallel sessions in which we have discussed a variety of subjects: scaling up of allied health professionals, setting up enhanced to and upgrading the mental health institutes, strengthening emergency and trauma care centers, training 1.5 lakh caregivers, setting up of 5 regional medical hubs, setting up of 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda and other Ayush upgrades, and the Divyang Sahara Yojana. There have been very vibrant discussions, and 98 panelists have participated in this in these 7 sessions, with over 5,500 participants who joined us through the NIC network. Since these topics are interconnected, we are extremely grateful to Dr. V.K. Paul Sir, Honorable Member Health of Niti Aayog, for agreeing to present to all of us who are there today in this webinar the outcomes of these discussions in a very comprehensive and holistic manner. Sir has always been a leader in the field of the social sector, and I'm sure that he will give us the larger picture as also the specific outcomes that have come out from this budget webinar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you and good afternoon. Namaskar. Honorable ministers, respected secretaries, dignitaries, senior officials of Government of India and state governments, academics, and distinguished participants, I'm truly honored to be bringing to you the summary of proceedings of 7 fascinating breakout sessions. It's a difficult task, but we have the team of very competent colleagues who have put together the synthesis of all the different sessions. I'm trying to bring to you the messages, the voices from our distinguished participants this morning, and above all, ideas on implementation of the budget announcements in letter and spirit. I'm going to start with the session 1, namely the session on scale up of allied health professionals. Next slide, please. Thanks. The para 53 of the budget stated, and I quote, and this needs to be stated so that we are clear about how we all will translate this intent, this commitment into action. Existing institutions for allied health professionals will be upgraded. New allied health professional institutions will be established in private and government sectors both. This will cover 10 selected disciplines, including optometry, radiology, anesthesia, OT technology, applied psychology, and behavioral health, and add 1 lakh PHPs over the next 5 years, unquote. That's the intent. Next slide, please. The discussion focused on 5 major areas. One, that there is a need for this task to be accomplished. There is a need for deep and comprehensive stakeholder consultations. As you would appreciate, this sector, AHP training sector, was essentially unregulated. It's only with the new act that now we have a national commission on AHPs, and we are walking into the early stages of formal regulation. And therefore, while we bring the implementation of regulatory framework, bucket number 2, it's important that we talk to people. How do we move forward with this ambitious goal? So engagement with state governments, private institutions, academics, health sector leadership is the first major input that we have from the proceedings since morning. About regulatory framework, as I mentioned, we are in the early phases of implementing the regulatory framework, very ambitious, because we have the opportunity of 3 to 4 to 7 million jobs in this area. And therefore, we have to go systematically. We have to undertake an approach which is rational, stepwise approach. We have to focus on faculty qualifications. We have to focus on the infrastructure and laboratory standards. And also, we are informed by our eminent speakers today, by our panelists, that we should think of team-based approach. That we should think that with the expansion of the infrastructure in the public as well as the private sector in recent times, we are looking at teams working together alongside the nursing professionals and doctors to deliver quality health care that we expect to build in the future. Therefore, think with teams, and that would be one paradigm through which we should act and enable the regulatory framework to achieve that goal. Third element of the discussion was very critical. What is the true demand of various categories of professionals? There are scores of categories of professionals, from physiotherapists to dietitians to dialysis technicians to clinical psychologists and so on and so forth. What is needed to be careful about the demand side, so that when we undertake training, there is a job market, there is employability, and therefore a critical, well done assessment of the demand is very important. And of course, that should be repeated from time to time to see dynamically how we need to proceed. So we need to undertake that through job market trends, looking at also institutional capacity available for training. And we would like the awareness of allied health professionals to be enhanced so that there is a traction on the part of the potential candidate and the interest of the state governments and so on. And again, very important, we wish what we have been told by our panelists through the discussion is that there is a huge unmet need, and the numbers that people mentioned was to the tune of 3 to 3.5 million. Such workers are required in the country. And previous estimates from high-level expert group were as many as 7 million. So huge potential for service, huge potential for improving healthcare, huge potential for employability is there in this space, and we will keep that in mind. Private sector partnerships are critical, not only to identify the demand in the private sector and to use the workforce there, but it's also very important for private sector engagement to be partnering the expansion of courses, improving quality of these courses, and indeed working with the government to strengthen the government capacity in training such a large number of allied health professional candidates. In terms of operational strategy will be required for institutions. We are visualizing upgrading of the existing institutions to the desired standards. We are also visualizing new allied healthcare programs and institutions. And we also note the fact that currently much of the capacity lies in the private sector. The government has to play its own role, one, to expand their capacity and optimum distribution of this capacity across the nation, but also have high-level centers of excellence in this space so that they serve as the benchmark for all of us, including the private sector. Next one, please. The strategic way forward, 4 points, 4 broad points were made. One, galvanize the regulatory system and institute regulatory reforms, and undertake this through the phased expansion of the education system, standardizing that system, strengthening the institutions, strengthening the quality of those institutions, strengthening their connect with the certifying accrediting bodies such as the universities. Be mindful of the fact that we, as I said, are in the early phase of implementing the regulatory system, and therefore a nimble, flexible, graded, but robust approach to regulations should be instituted. And we need help on this from all the stakeholders, because this is building the highway for allied health professional system in our country with all the potential benefits that it has, to which I made an earlier reference. Faculty development is a very important area, and our participants highlighted that. We must appreciate that the current pool of faculty is relatively limited. We have to be training and recruiting and enabling new educators in a big way. We will have to think about how to share faculty across programs in a given institution, and perhaps also share faculty across institutions to be helpful in this very important phase of national development in this area. We will have to use standardized foundational courses so that if I do one course here, it can be done in a collective way, and then specialized courses can be done as a top-up. So we will need innovations in faculty development and in pedagogy. One important area of work would be, and an opportunity and a solution, is digital learning platforms. So e-learning platforms ease our work to an extent for sure, but we must not compromise the practical capabilities. The participants highlighted that it's ultimately about the clinical, practical skill, communication skill, effective skill, and not just the knowledge. And in order to ensure that we leverage the digital system and go for hybrid learning, where practical learning is coupled with it, digital libraries of resources will be very useful, and the government will work systematically to build this digital learning ecosystem for AHPs. In terms of infrastructure upgradation, apart from upgradation, the optimization is extremely important. We should be sharing our laboratories. So in an institution, the same lab can be used in the morning for nursing profession and in the afternoon for, say, medical technology laboratory assistants. We must use national resources optimally. We will create new ones, but this is the voice we heard from our panelists. Digital academic resources will be useful in this regard. partnerships with hospitals, within hospitals, across diagnostic centers are solicited. And please, we need help from all the participants, the private sector, the NGO sector, the civil society, and other, other university higher education systems to please support such opportunities. Even universities have microbiology department, for example, and pharmacology department, and other such, and clinical psychology in their own way. So we will need these wide-ranging partnerships. In principle, we are highlighting the fact that existing resources to be used directly and to be used through repurposing. This will be a very important enabler of translating the mission of the budget statement into action. Next slide, please. Honorable participants, I now move to the second theme, which is to train 1.5 lakh caregivers. This is according to para 54, and the para 54 presented here talks about a strong care ecosystem covering geriatric and allied care services, and a variety of NSQF aligned programs will be developed. A variety of NSQ programs, not just one program, as you will appreciate. There will be different levels and different mix of programs within the space of care economy. That's the intent. And it talks about multi-skilled caregivers. It talks about focus on wellness, yoga, and of course connect with medical and assistive medical care as well as assistive devices. And the commitment is to produce 1.5 lakh caregivers in future. In order to achieve this ambitious goal, next slide please, 6 themes emerge as the first set of the recommendations from our panelists. Firstly, we will have to build strong national caregiver training pathway, building on what we have already. And here we will strengthen the National Council for Vocation and NCVET system and build the standards. First and foremost, develop the standard. Then standardize the curriculum across the ecosystem, and then to ensure that multi-skilling modules on healthcare, wellness, yoga, digital, emergency response, communication skills, all this is built up, and work with centers of excellence in scaling up the training in this area. We will need centers of excellence to represent the very best that can be, and that should be then emulated by others. So a strong national caregiver pathway will have to be developed. Second, we will scale training delivery to meet the 1.5 lakh target. This will have to be done again by leveraging the existing resources in a very big way. IITs, NSTIs, polytechnics, a JSS system, accredited private partnerships, and so on and so forth, hospitals, and the universities in their own way. And this will, while we plan this, we shall keep in mind the regional demand that is expected in this area, and ensuring thereby that we have the resources available, regionally distributed, available in a regionally distributed way, so that the students do not have to go very far in every case, in every which way. The third discussion point that emerged was enhancing employability and career pathways. Extremely important. This voice was heard over and over again, that we need to define the pathways for employability. We should use credit framework for academic mobility, and we should particularly collaborate with hospitals and private sector institutions to be able to find placements for the graduates and the certified individuals coming out of the training system. An important point made by the participants was that the caregivers could visualize progression of their careers into what we may like to call, for want of any other word, higher forms of professionalism. So can they move get through career paths to nursing or allied health system? This suggestion has come, which should be examined, and this has been duly noted. The fourth point is with regard to strengthening trainers and assessors. As for the HP, our faculty pool available today is possibly around 500. We will have to jack it up to 3,000 to meet the aspiration of the budget announcement. We will need master trainers in specialized areas as well, palliative, disability, geriatric, to be able to impart training to the potential trainees. Assessment protocol focused on knowledge, focused on psychomotor and clinical skill, and focused on communication and empathy skill will be required. And we will have to upgrade the training infrastructure with the use of devices, technologies, simulators, and so on. The fifth point is with regard to digital platform, stating the obvious. A training program of this magnitude is facilitated hugely using the digital platforms and digital systems, as was the case made for HPs. We will use digital platforms such as the Skill India Digital Hub for registration and certificate. We will create a national ministry of skilled caregivers and truly leverage all the digital platforms that are needed for this work to be accomplished. An important point that emerged was that there is a specific skilling ecosystem in different states. For example, in Northeast, there is a special potential of cultural suitability, high women participation, and certain kinds of caregiving and care demands are known to be connected to the ecosystem in the Northeast. In southern states, nursing linked caregiving system is available, particularly for global placement, but also their uptake nationally in the entire country. So this should be leveraged. And one recommendation that came up was that we should undertake regional mapping exercise to see which areas offer from the potential candidate specific potential for skilling opportunity that should be created, that should be honed and nurtured for that specialized opportunities within the country and beyond. Next slide, please. In terms of way forward, please, previous slide, please. Yeah, this one. So in terms of way forward, additional points are as follows. We will need for the global market international standardization using qualification packs which are linked to the national classification of occupation. Very, very, very important. We need these qualifications to be understood in the same way by other people and also across nations through the international standard classification of occupation codes. And we will have to use our frameworks such as the European skills, competencies, qualification, and occupational framework. We must be mindful of the fact that the trainees, that the trained manpower that comes out of this system should be standard, should have compatibility with the global standards, so that should that opportunity is required, is offered to an individual, there is no hang up because our qualifications are not standard. Very important point. In terms of enabling global mobility, the point number 2 on the slide, we need to align Indian qualifications with global standards. We need to introduce language courses. We need to strengthen partnerships with the Ministry of External Affairs. What it means is that we should be mindful of the frameworks that apply to global mobility, which will be provided, which are provided in the public domain and otherwise facilitated by our Ministry of External Affairs. Need to work in tandem with them, and also to use the right pathways for recruitment, counseling, placement, and of course social security, etc., so that when our candidates go abroad, they are protected and they are respected and they are secure and safe. And a very important point came up from discussion was apprenticeship training through private players. What was highlighted was that quality training of apprentices through private players is a huge need. We would request the private sector to come forward. This suggestion came very forcefully to absorb the trained manpower, but equally importantly, please partner with the training institutions to provide apprenticeship in real life situations for their skills to be enhanced. what they gain through these skills, through them, are for the service of the nation. So that partnership is therefore very, very much needed. Focus on healthcare sector opportunities. This bullet means that again, in particular, the expectation of apprenticeship opportunities is expected from the health sector. The government health sector, of course, which is easy for the government to implement, but also from the private sector system, the hospital, the diagnostic centers, and so on and so forth. So this will be a very important enabler of this aspiration. Then we have 3 quick points: ensuring quality training infrastructure. This would require state-of-the-art training centers, accreditation norms to be followed, regular audit systems so that we ensure the benchmarks. Very important point also relates to the inclusion of women empowerment. The government visualizes this ecosystem to be hugely women-centric in health profession, and particularly for the nursing and allied health professional. Equally importantly, for the caregiving profession, we believe women participants have a great potential, and therefore efforts should be made to make sure and to actively promote training uptake by women, training uptake by previously informal caregivers, or presently informal caregivers, and marginalized groups, and therefore, if required, flexible formats, modular format, and blended learning formats may be used. In order to make sure that we deal for international market in a safe, secure way, it is important that domestic and international job opportunities should operate through a verified pathways, and we must connect authenticated employers to the potential employees, build partnerships across the hospital, care homes, and international recruitment agencies, and indeed enable transparent placing system. These are the inputs we receive from very wide-ranging discussion on this budget theme. Next one, please. The third theme related to developing 5 regional medical hubs, para 55. This budget announcement relates to promoting India as a hub for medical value tourism or medical tourism services. Honorable Finance Minister has proposed to launch a special scheme to support states. So the states have a responsibility in establishing 5 regional medical hubs in partnership with the private sector. These hubs will serve as integrated healthcare complexes that have medical component, educational and research component. A strong emphasis on Ayush and medical value tourism facilitation and infrastructure for diagnostics, post-care, and rehabilitation is envisaged. These hubs will provide not only care but also diverse job opportunities to health professionals, and indeed job opportunities to the supporting professions and systems as well. Next slide, please. This is a summary of discussions on this topic. Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. We'll wait. Yeah. If you look on the left side, the main headings are on the left side. The discussions led to the following 5 thematic recommendations. One, that in order to establish these 5 regional hubs, comprehensive stakeholder consultation should be taken up. This is in a way a new initiative for the country. Right now, the medical value tourism hubs have been created they have evolved from the existing systems. Here we are talking about specific hubs which are fully integrated, fully functional, extremely welcoming. It's a new model for India. Therefore, consultation with the government, with healthcare institutions, industry, financial institutions, developers, as well as even the potential users from other countries should be contacted and involved in discussions. Discussions on tourism potential, clinical infrastructure, sustainability, and so on. The second point relates to creating a conceptual and institutional framework as to how a regional medical hub should look like. And it should keep in mind the institutional structure, and land planning, as well as partnership of models and opportunity. The third point relates to identification of potential pilot locations. So once we've understood what all it will take to develop such medical hub, we then the government will offer to the states to look at potential hubs based on land availability, connectivity, healthcare ecosystem, policy support, other incentives that the states may like to offer. And then that takes us to the fourth point, namely developing a formal implementation plan, which has all the parameters and which takes into account all the expectations with regard to medical value of tourism. And of course, it incorporates hugely the digital health system as well. Moving from there will be the fifth point, namely the discussion that's centered on roadmap for project development, developing the full-fledged project development and implementation roadmap with collaboration from public and private stakeholders. So the formal vision and formal project reports will then be created. In terms of way forward for this budget announcement, 5 points. Next one, please. First, we will need to, first is a fundamental principle that this is an integrated system that's being created. It's an integrated healthcare ecosystem. It has tertiary or quaternary care and diagnostic services. It has medical research and health professional education as a part of this. Very important, because such a resource should be used for capacity development in niche areas, including care, the skill part, as well as health professionals, applied health professionals, and indeed the specialists and super specialists. Coupled with this is the third principle, namely focus on wellness and focus on patient services and patient satisfaction. So this is the first part, that this is to be seen as delivering on these parameters. The second part of our way forward is to be able to create an ecosystem for coordination, central governments, state governments, healthcare institutions, developers, tourism sector, and other stakeholders who will use these mini campuses or these campuses as sites for care, sites for medical value tourism, and sites for overall health care and wellness care as well. States have to be clear about their planning of the land, connectivity, and the kind of policy support that they would be willing. Thirdly, a clinical ecosystem, which is at the core of this initiative, has to meet the highest standards. So the key words are standards, quality, accreditation, global benchmarks, and indeed strong digital health integration to be pervading through this integrated regional medical hubs that are being envisaged. The fourth point is with regard to connecting it to the tourism paradigm. The vision we heard from our participants is to make India and these hubs as preferred global healthcare medical value tourism destination. The most preferred medical value tourism hubs is the vision. And therefore, what is needed is to create, as a start, a very comprehensive portal which talks about these services. It talks about what will it take to reach here, who to contact, how to do pre-travel consultations, how to get facilitation for visa, and how to be looked after not only as a patient but also as a family, and what opportunities are there for the other elements such as tourism. All that should be available on a portal. A previous attempt has been made, and for Heal in India portal has been created, but we will have to go for more comprehensive and more visible and more aspirational portal, and that is the need of the hour we heard from our participants. We need to keep in mind the hospitality part, patient facilitation. We will have to keep in mind the satisfaction of the travelers who come to our country for seeking the care there. And like always, we will welcome our guests through the spirit of Atithi Devo Bhava. The fifth point is with regard to creating a financing and investment ecosystem and sustained ecosystem. Here we will need public-private partnership. We will need to examine blended financing model, and we have to be mindful of the fact that in future, too, these mega hubs that would be created should remain financially sustainable and making sure that not only they serve the people, but they create an image of our health services of global standards. A point was also made that insurance portability of our visitor as well as insurance facilitation would be an important area of work to be done. A point was also made additionally was that while we develop the regional medical hubs, some of these principles that are enunciated in this slide and the previous slide should also be used for the existing medical value tourism ecosystem in the country, because by these new hubs come up, there is already an ecosystem of medical value tourism, and to get the best out of that system in terms of the image of the country, in terms of the service that we provide to the global community, and in terms of the earning and employability, the principle enunciated here, the family set, should also be used for the current ecosystem. Next slide, please. I now move to section number 4, and this relates to creating 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda, and it also deals with Ayush upgrade under para 58, 1, 2, and 3. Next slide, please. The discussions centered around the 3 subpoints of the announcement. It relates to strengthening Ayush infrastructure for educational research and tertiary care through creation of the new All India Institutes of Ayurveda. It also talks about augmenting quality of Ayush medicine products and its global reach through a network of strengthened drug testing laboratories, strengthened GMP compliance, and very importantly, MSME handholding and support, as well as quality certifications. This is the intent of the announcement, and for this, resources will be available, but we need to deliver on the expectations of ensuring that the Ayush medicines and products match the very best in the world and are accepted by the world in that spirit. We need a specific mention has been made to upgrade the ecosystem of the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center at Jamnagar in multiple ways, and I'll come to that in the next slide. And there's also an overall intent and vision that Ayush system should play an increasing and effective and significant role in achieving the goal of universal health coverage for our nation. Next slide, please. The way forward. Establish 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda as Center of Excellence for Specialty Care, integrative tertiary hospitals as serving as integrative tertiary hospital, research-sensitive departments, research-intense departments, global collaboration, and survey the larger goals of health of the states and union territories. Also, there is a proposal to develop regional advanced drug testing laboratories, 5 of them, supported by state and private laboratories as spokes, in order to create an ecosystem for better quality Ayush drugs. And here, to leverage facilities under Pharmacopoeia Commission is one expectation. And this Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy and Ayush Research Council, coupled with Ayush Research Council, will serve the purpose of ensuring that the standards are written, standards are implemented, and standards are supported for the provision for the Ayush products to be produced in our country. The third point relates to strengthening the Ayush manufacturing ecosystem through regulatory training, MSME support and handholding, and targeted infrastructure upgrade. The fourth point relates to expanding the Ayush Aushadhi Gunavatta scheme and operationalize the Ayush quality mark to improve standardization and export competitiveness. The fifth point relates to upgrade of the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center ecosystem at Jamnagar in multiple ways. It should include, as a part of that advancement, through the budget announcement and budget resources, advanced Ayurveda hospital, global traditional medicine museum, herbal garden, a state-of-the-art super center for yoga, and resources to be devoted to research, training, and medical value of travel. So this is the original vision of the WHO Global Traditional Medicine Center, and the budget announcement aims at now translating that vision into reality through strengthening of this center in multiple ways. Also, there's an aspiration to develop Jamnagar as a UN family duty station so that UN staff from various places can come here and visualize an experience, have a lived experience of this hub, and make use of the offerings of Ayush system for health, wellness, and rejuvenation. Next slide, please. Section 5th dealt with setting up of second NIMHANS and upgrading the two mental health institutions under Para 87. The intent is to strengthen tertiary mental health and neurosciences care in the country and address regional imbalances in access to advanced brain and mind sciences. And therefore, a second National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, NIMHANS, is being envisaged in North India as a center of excellence in clinical care training, research, and digital innovation. Next. We heard from the participants the following vision for this particular budget announcement for NIMHANS in North India, modeled on NIMHANS Bengaluru, which is the benchmark we are so proud of. NIMHANS 2 will be located in North India. NIMHANS 2 will be an INI backed by a legislative procedure. It will be a greenfield structure based on the gaps noticed in care and availability of land, etc. A physical infrastructure, a strong, comprehensive physical infrastructure is visualized with super specialty services, residential structures, and multiple departments, and so on. Human resource augmentation. This will lead to human resource augmentation in a very big way as a center of excellence, as NIMHANS 1 has done, by running advanced courses, new courses, flexible courses, including courses not just for neurology, neurosurgery, and psychiatric sciences, but also for clinical psychology and other allied courses supporting the allied health professional ecosystem as well. And the nation expects high quality, forward-looking, path-breaking, cutting-edge multidisciplinary research emanating from this new proposed institution. There are two other institutions that could be strengthened under this budget announcement resources. One, CIP Ranchi, and second, the LGB Tezpur Center. These are the existing institutions of mental health. They will be upgraded to regional apex center after due assessment of their gaps and based on the gaps, convert them into centers of excellence for our nation. Next, please. In terms of implementation strategy, we will be required, and it's clear that there will be need for amending the NIMHANS Act of 2012 to allow for additional NIMHANSes. The one that has been announced as a starting point. A high-level committee will be required alongside stakeholder consultation to be able to visualize the scope, the full scope, and the structures of NIMHANS, as well as the scope for accreditation of the CIP Ranchi and the Tezpur institution. So systematically identifying what needs to be done in order to transform the two latter institutions that I mentioned to regional mental health centers of excellence. We will have to look at possible locations for the new NIMHANS. Detailed project report will have to be created both for Enhanced 2 as well as for regional apex institutions that have been announced. EFC notes will be prepared. Close attention will be paid to human resource policy to ensure that we attract the talent and we are able to retain the talent for these very important centers of excellence of our country. And the work will be awarded, academic courses started. That's the vision. And we got suggestions from our participants in each one of in more detail, which have been recorded. Next one, please. Session 6, or the sixth theme, was strengthening emergency and trauma care under para 88 of the budget announcement. This aims at strengthening and increasing capacities for emergency and trauma care at district hospitals. Next one, please. In order to translate the intent of the budget announcement into action and transformation, we will need to undertake an assessment of the district hospitals for the available emergency and trauma care services. Based on that, a comparison will be made with the expectations and the standards, especially the IPHS norms for emergency and trauma care for district hospital. And this gap analysis will then pave way for infrastructure strengthening of these hospitals and also address other inadequacies such as the human resource gaps and so on. We will have to develop technical standards and model RFPs for facilitating urgent, quick, and quality procurement of emergency drugs and equipment. We will have to create standard operating procedures for emergency care because emergency care is about time-sensitive 24/7 work. And it works on standards of care, standards of triaging, standards of quick assessment, protocol-driven care, and so on and so forth, and integration with other services in the hospital and across hospitals. So SOPs are very important. So are the KPIs of the emergency and trauma services. We will need to develop training modules for the providers, including doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff. It emerged from the discussions and experiences of multiple states, in particular Andhra, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, as well as experience from research, that digital systems are essential to run efficient emergency and trauma care services. And indeed, we have extremely valuable experience already available from multiple states. So digital backbone will be developed, drawn upon from the existing systems, dashboard that track the journey of the patient, the journey of the ambulance, as well as dashboards which allow the managers and allow the people to see how patient is moving through the care pathway in the facility would be extremely useful and bring in quality, accountability, and efficiency. This will be a very important area of our work. Important point emerged that the care, emergency and trauma care, needs to be seen through the prism of integration with other schemes and integration with the clinical care in the same district hospital across, say, the labor room, the operation theater, the critical care block, or the intensive care unit, and so on. And also there is an element of intersectoral synergy in order to bring down preventable mortality in emergency situation, for example, working with the NHI. So integration emerged as a very important area of our work, and suggestions have been made by our panelists on this. Next one, please. What we will need is training of doctors, nurses, paramedics, and this training would be embedded in the certificate courses and degree courses and diploma courses and skill courses, but also in-service training would be required. In-service training would be of various types, including the National Emergency Life Support kind of a training programs, short courses, again, the participants highlighted the need for practical skills, efficient skill, decision-making skill, working as teams, and working using the SOPs. These will be the ingredients of such training programs. In order to ensure that the infrastructure that we create, the services that we create meet the standards. So compliance with national quality assurance standards and other benchmarks will be ensured from the very beginning. We need to ensure a continuum of care across the ambulance system on the one hand and so on, but particularly in that location with the critical care blocks and critical care units that have come up under PMAB as a very important area of our work, because this newly created resource must be leveraged and connected with the emergency and trauma care. Appreciate that the emergency room is for immediate care, for triaging, immediate care, imaging, making a diagnosis, and after that, the patient moves to different areas of the hospital, a trauma unit, or a critical care unit, or a delivery room, or refer to another institution if required. And of course, if no active further treatment is needed, the patient goes home after that acute first aid treatment and then reports for care later on. Having been satisfied the patient, to be able to satisfy the patient who come in need in emergency and trauma care is a very important element that the panelists highlighted. We expect our system to be very humane, caring, empathetic, because our families and patients are tense at that time, and that will be an important part of our work in ensuring a functional and caring district health system. Important point is that we now have emergency response support system in most of the states where the entry is through a common number 112. A strong recommendation emerges that the emergency and trauma care should be linked to the ERSS system so that the citizen has to call only one number. And this number is for police, for fire, and this is also for ambulance and for emergency care. Linking with e-Sanjeevani system, linking with telemedicine opportunities during the transportation of the patient is another important element of the vision set out by our panels. Convergence with schemes such as ABPMJ for continuing care and for financial protection was highlighted. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission will play an important role in creating the digital system for this mission, and also connect with Pradhan Mantri Rahat program that has been recently announced is also an important element and important opportunity to ensure that the victims of road traffic accident have financial protection. So the ecosystem for emergency and trauma care at the district hospital is therefore visualized as a holistic, integrated, comprehensive, well-coordinated system, well-coordinated ecosystem and paradigm through the suggestion that came up in multiple very important multiple stakeholders at the session. Next one, please. I move to the last proceedings of the last session. This is with regard to Divyang Sahara Yojana. This is under para 86. So this is truly path-breaking. This particular budget announcement deals with timely access to high-quality assistive devices for eligible Divyangan as in multiple ways. And it is proposed to support the LMCO to scale up production of assistive devices, invest in R&D and integrate and AI integration. It also envisages strengthening of Pradhan Mantri Divyaksha Vyashri Kendras and support setting up of assistive technology marts in a retail style centers where the beneficiaries can see, try and purchase assistive devices and products. Next, please. Summary of discussions made 5 points. 1, that we need to continue to hold stakeholder consultation with NGOs, startups, and manufacturers to strengthen the ecosystem for assistive technologies and their uptake, and strengthening of rehabilitation services in a holistic way. Second, at the heart of this whole initiative is the strengthening of Alimco for producing essential ATs, more modern ATs, integration of AI into the assistive technologies, and indeed ensuring that these products are in larger number, go beyond the present capacity, and they are available for uptake in the country. So strengthening the ecosystem, but with expectations that there will be R&D, there will be AI integration, and there will be working together with the technology tie-ups and so on and so forth. One important subcomponent of this discussion, subcomponent of this initiative is a discussion that focused on how to enhance the footprint for Pradhan Mantri Divyang Vyoshri Kendras across the country. These are the kendras where assistive technologies are made available on individually chosen assistive technologies are made available. Currently, there are only 100 such centers. The aspiration is to quickly move to 300 to increase the footprint of this supply, the supply system. And a part of the budget announcement was to create, through a franchise model, assistive technology mart, which will be a one-stop place where people, the Divyangjan or the elderly, can go. They can pick up specific assistive technology. They can try. They buy it. And what we need to ensure through this particular budget announcement related action is that there will be quality products available there. There will be standard operating procedures through which the fitment and the quality care will be provided to the customer. This is the vision in the franchise model that they will unfold under the scheme. In order to develop collaboration with manufacturers, stakeholders, and startups to advance the initiative in the field of assistive technology, we will need to develop new specific projects. The whole idea is that a reimagined, re-energized ecosystem would reach out to manufacturers, stakeholders, startups, researchers, and so on to create a new pipeline and new resource system for the Divyangjan to meet their assistive technology needs. Next slide, please. 5 areas for work as a way forward. Firstly, the Alimco system will require to have tie-ups with academia, manufacturers, the startup culture, and this will unfold in a systematic way so that we are looking at this institution being a more modern, forward-looking, and technologically enabled and updated institution. And this would require tie-ups. This would also require bullet number 2, paradigm pillar number 2, research and development. Working with industry, working with academic institution, new research to meet the assistive technology needs, novel AT products, as well as meeting eventually also through the larger ecosystem, the global needs in AT for which there is a huge scope. A specific expectation of this initiative is incorporation of AI related technologies into the AT or assistive technology products and ecosystem. This is one area on which Alimco would need to work with partners, and here the partnerships are solicited to work together with the government. We will also need to be supporting the centers of excellence. Alimco will work with centers of excellence for the work of innovation, for research and development, for testing, and there will be an offer to from the government to have centers of excellence participating in this particular area. The 5th and the final point is with regard to ensuring that there are more investments available through CSR mechanisms, specifically from central public sector enterprises and other sources to be able to create a resource that can ensure that more and more of our the young citizens, the elderly citizens can afford to have assistive technologies for their use, for the betterment of their life and the ease of their living. This expectation would feed into the utilization of the assistive technology production, manufacturing production at Alimco to be able to reach the target beneficiaries, the individuals who need it most, and here support from CSR sources will be actively solicited and expected. With this summary, the longish, I'm happy to submit my gratitude to the panelists, to the moderators of the 7 breakout sessions. This summary, we hope, is useful for our work together and for the way forward. Based on this, the respective ministries and departments will carve out the action pathway. We are beholden to the inputs of our panelists and participants of the 7 breakout sessions who actively contributed to very insightful inputs. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Jai Hind.
For a phenomenal and a very comprehensive summary of the outcomes of the breakout sessions. It was amazing the way you could capture all the points after discussion with our moderators. I would now like to invite Shri B.L. Barmaji, Minister of State for Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, for his remarks. Sir, in case your sir has joined, B.L. Barma, sir.
Audible.
There is muted. Sir, आप muted have you?
4:30 बजे बोला था आपके लिए हमने। आवाज 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 बड़ा आप ज्यादा वो बोले बोलना जी आवाज आ रही हेलो आज महत्वपूर्ण वेबिनार के इस कार्यक्रम में भारत सरकार और राज्य सरकारों के सभी सम्मानित अधिकारीगण, कार्यान्वयन एजेंसियों के सभी सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, उद्योग जगत के सम्मानित साथियों, स्टार्टअप, नागरिक सामाजिक संगठनों के सदस्य तथा वेबिनार से जुड़े सभी विशेषज्ञों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। सम्मानित देवियों सज्जनों, आज आयोजित बजट पश्चात वेबिनार में आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर चर्चा के लिए आप सभी की सक्रिय भागीदारी के लिए मैं आप सबका हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। सम्मानित दिव्य सज्जनों, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश में दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण को एक नई दिशा और गति मिली है। उनकी प्रेरणा से आज सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास का मंत्र केवल एक नारा ही नहीं बल्कि एक राष्ट्रीय संकल्प बना है। हमारी सरकार का मानना है कि जब तक समाज का प्रत्येक नागरिक, विशेष रूप से हमारे दिव्यांगजन, विकास की मुख्य धारा में पूर्ण रूप से भागीदारी नहीं करेंगे, तब तक विकसित भारत 2047 का लक्ष्य पूर्ण कैसे होगा। इसलिए हमारी सरकार ने दिव्यांगजनों को केवल कल्याण के दृष्टिकोण से नहीं बल्कि राष्ट्र निर्माण के सक्रिय भागीदारी के रूप में देखने की नई सोच देने का काम किया है। हमारे मंत्रालय के अंतर्गत दिव्यांगजन सशक्तिकरण विभाग देश में दिव्यांगजनों के समावेशी विकास के लिए निरंतर कार्य कर रहा है। दैनिक कार्यों में सुगमता बढ़ाने, अवसरों का विस्तार करने तथा समाज में उनकी सक्रिय भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने के लिए अनेक महत्वपूर्ण पहल करने का काम हुआ है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में सुगम्य भारत अभियान प्रारंभ किया गया, जिसका उद्देश्य सार्वजनिक भवनों, परिवहन व्यवस्था और डिजिटल सेवाओं को दिव्यांगजनों के लिए अधिक सुलभ बनाने का। आज देश भर में हजारों सरकारी भवन, रेलवे स्टेशन और हवाई अड्डों पर सुगमता के मानकों को लागू करने का काम हुआ है। साथ ही साथ सहायक तकनीक जैसी चीजों के लिए दिव्यांगजनों के सशक्तिकरण का एक अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण माध्यम है। यह उनकी गतिशीलता, स्वतंत्रता, शिक्षा और रोजगार के अवसरों में भागीदारी को बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है। हमारी एडिप योजना तथा एल्को जैसे संस्थानों के माध्यम से पिछले दशक में 32 लाख से भी अधिक दिव्यांगजनों को सहायक उपकरण प्रदान करने का काम हुआ है। इन प्रयासों से लाखों लोगों का सम्मान जीवन जीने में सहायता मिली है। केंद्रीय बजट 2026-27 में घोषित दिव्यांग सारा योजना, जिसके लिए वेबिनार में हमने जोड़ा है, उनके सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में एक और महत्वपूर्ण और दूरदर्शी पहल है। इस योजना का उद्देश्य सभी पात्र दिव्यांगजनों को उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले सहायक उपकरणों की समय उपलब्धता सुनिश्चित करने का है। यह योजना 3 प्रमुख स्तंभों पर आधारित है। पहला, उत्पादन। इसका उद्देश्य उच्च गुणवत्ता वाले तथा किफायती सहायक उपकरणों के बड़े पैमाने पर उत्पादन को बढ़ावा देने का, ताकि अधिक से अधिक दिव्यांगजन इन सुविधाओं का लाभ उठा सके। दूसरा, नवाचार। इस स्तंभ के अंतर्गत सहायक तकनीक में अनुसंधान और नवाचार को प्रोत्साहित किया जाएगा। AI आधारित उपयोगकर्ता अनुकूल और भारत में डिजाइन किए गए समाधान विकसित किए जाएंगे। साथ ही प्रधानमंत्री दिव्यांग केंद्र को और सशक्त बनाने का काम होगा। तीसरा हमारा वितरण का है, जिसमें मजबूत वितरण नेटवर्क के माध्यम से सहायक उपकरणों को अधिक से अधिक लोगों तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य रखा गया है। इसके लिए केंद्रों, शिविरों और आधुनिक खुदरा शैली केंद्रों के माध्यम से विशेष रूप से ग्रामीण और वंचित क्षेत्रों तक पहुंच सुनिश्चित की जाएगी। और साथ ही साथ यह पहल सामूहिक वितरण से आगे बढ़कर एक स्थायी और तकनीक संचालित सहायक पारिस्थितिकी तंत्र की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम होगा। इस प्रयास में निजी क्षेत्र, MSME, स्टार्टअप और तकनीकी क्षेत्र में नवाचार करने वालों की भागीदारी अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। यह संस्थाएं उत्पाद नवाचार और विनिर्माण, सेवा वितरण और कौशल विकास के क्षेत्रों में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दे सकती है। साथियों, भारत में किफायती और उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली सहायक तकनीक विकसित करने की अपार संभावनाएं हैं और हमारा देश इस क्षेत्र में एक वैश्विक केंद्र बनने की क्षमता रखता है। सरकार, उद्योग और अनुसंधान संस्थानों के मजबूत साझेदारी इस लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करने की कुंजी होगा। आज यह वेबिनार ऐसा ही एक सहयोग सुनिश्चित करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण मंच है। मुझे प्रसन्नता है कि आप केंद्र और राज्य सरकारों, राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों, NGOs तथा नागरिक समाज संगठनों के प्रतिनिधियों के अतिरिक्त द एवेल कंपनी, सरल एक्स, बजाज फिनर्सल, टॉर्चेस जैसे निजी संगठनों की भी भागीदारी इसमें सुनिश्चित हुई है। मैं इस अवसर पर उपस्थित सभी प्रमुख हितधारकों को हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूँ। साथ ही माई भारत के स्वयं सेवकों और युवा प्रतिभागियों का विशेष रूप से मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ, जो उत्साह और समर्पण के साथ साथ महत्वपूर्ण पहल से जुड़े हुए हैं। हम सब जानते हैं, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी जो कहते हैं उसे चरितार्थ करने का काम करते हैं। सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और देश के विकास में सभी का सामूहिक प्रयास केवल कहा ही नहीं है, इन 11-11.5 वर्षों में चरितार्थ करने का काम हुआ है। तो मैं बड़ा आशा के साथ कह सकता हूँ कि आज चर्चा किए जा रहे बिंदु एक मजबूत कार्य करने वाला ढांचा तैयार करने में कारगर होंगे, जिसके माध्यम से देश के प्रत्येक दिव्यांगजनों को सुलभ, किफायती और उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली सहायक तकनीक उपलब्ध कराना संभव होगा। साथ ही भारत को एक ऐसी सहायक तकनीक विकसित करने का एक वैश्विक केंद्र बनाने की दिशा में भी कारगर हुआ। आज वेबिनार के माध्यम से आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जिस तरह से हम सबको मार्गदर्शन मिला है और साथ ही साथ लगातार हमने इस पर चर्चा की है, मुझे लगता है कि हम इसको पूर्ण रूप से ऐसे चरितार्थ भी करेंगे और मैं कह सकता हूं बड़े विश्वास के साथ कि दिव्यांग सहायता योजना के माध्यम से हम न केवल सहायक उपकरणों की उपलब्धता बढ़ाएंगे बल्कि ऐसा समावेशी भारत निर्मित करने का काम करेंगे जब भारत प्रत्येक दिव्यांगजन गरिमा, आत्मनिर्भरता और समान अवसरों के साथ आगे बढ़ सके और इस देश के विकास की में उनकी भी भूमिका एक बढ़ चढ़ कर हो। और इसी के साथ मैं आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करते हुए और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
हाँ सर, अब मैं अनुरोध करूंगी श्री जयंत चौधरी जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज फॉर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप से कि वे अपने विचार साझा करें। सर।
Thank you. Honorable ministers, officials from various ministries, our distinguished colleagues, all participants. It is a pleasure to join this post-budget dialogue on the theme Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, fulfilling aspirations of people. Undoubtedly, Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, the mantra, denotes a bottom-up approach, citizen-centric approach, where schemes are designed for universal coverage for saturation. And what a citizen-centric approach means to me, the meaning that I derive is that citizens are no longer just beneficiaries, they are agents of change. And it is in that context that the strong emphasis put in this year's budget on investing in human capital comes to the fore. I think this recognizes that India's journey towards Viksit Bharat will be powered by a skilled and future-ready workforce. And it is in this context that the emerging care economy represents a social priority and a significant economic opportunity. As Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has said, India has the potential to fulfill the world's demand for skilled talent, to become the global skill capital. And this vision continues to guide all our efforts to align skill development with both domestic needs and global opportunities. Our demographic transition, rising longevity due to sustained investment in health, will obviously increase the demand for a structured geriatric and allied care service. At the same time, many advanced countries and economies are facing acute shortages of trained caregivers and allied health professionals. Recognizing both the domestic requirement and global demand, the budget proposes to train 1.5 lakh multi-skilled caregivers in this coming year through NSQF aligned programs, ensuring national portable certification and credible employment pathways. Importantly, we are building on a strong and evolving caregiver skilling ecosystem with flagship initiatives such as PMKVY, NAPS, and Jan Shikshan Sansthan, supported by training networks across ITIs, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras. Together, we have trained over 35,000 caregivers in the last 3 years. These programs have developed skilled professionals in roles such as geriatric caregiver, home health aide, and general duty assistant, which lays a strong foundation for a structured and professional care workforce in the country. The budget also builds on this foundation through NSQF-aligned multi-skilled programs that combine geriatric care, wellness, yoga, and the operation of medical and assistive devices. It is this multi-skilled approach which will improve employability, enhance earning potential, and raise the quality of care delivered to our citizens. I believe the care economy also holds tremendous potential for women-led workforce participation. A large proportion of caregiving roles, generally and globally, are undertaken by women. And therefore, structured training and certification can transform this into a dignified and well-remunerated employment opportunity. This budget's proposal to establish hostels for working women in every district will further support women's participation in the workforce by enabling mobility, safety, and access to employment. At the same time, our government is committed to expanding women's participation in STEM and emerging tech sectors, encouraging girls and women to pursue education and careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics will undoubtedly be critical for building a future-ready workforce and strengthening our innovation ecosystem. Friends, alongside technical competencies, communication, and cultural readiness are very important in today's global workforce. And it is in this direction that the National Council for Vocational Education and Training, NCVET, is working towards recognizing language as a skill within the skilling ecosystem. This will be a very important step that will strengthen our workforce mobility and improve employability in the international labor markets. India is also advancing skill diplomacy through structured mobility partnerships with key global partners. In August 2025, India and Japan formalized an action plan for human resource exchange and cooperation, committing to train and deploy 50,000 skilled and semi-skilled Indian workers to Japan over the next 5 years, and particularly in sectors such as nursing care and caregiving, where Japan does face acute shortages. Similarly, in February 2026, India and Israel have also entered into a landmark partnership to facilitate deployment of 50,000 additional Indian workers to Israel by 2030. And here again, the focus is on sectors such as caregiving to address labor shortages. These partnerships reflect a growing role of skill diplomacy in India's international engagement. And by aligning our training standards, encouraging our institutions to have a global footprint and outreach, and creating trusted mobility pathways, India is emerging as a reliable partner, a trusted partner in addressing workforce shortages both at home and internationally. In this process, India's skilled professionals are also becoming an important dimension of our country's global soft power, strengthening people-to-people connection, and also contributing meaningfully to partner economies. We've had engaging day of discussions, a lot of insightful presentations, productive panels, bringing together the best from industry, academia, our representatives from multilateral and bilateral organizations. It is these exchanges that really help us shape our practical pathways for scaling the care economy. And these exchanges will allow us to collectively chart the roadmap ahead for training, trainer capacity, building quality standards, improving on our industry linkages, our global qualification recognition and alignment. By investing in skilled caregivers and allied health professionals, promoting women's workforce participation, and strengthening global pathways, we are advancing the vision of Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas as we move steadily towards building a Viksit Bharat. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. अब मैं श्री प्रताप राव जाधव जी, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज फॉर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आयुष से अनुरोध करूंगी कि अपने विचारों से हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। सर।
आज के इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण तथा रसायन एवं उर्वरक मंत्री माननीय श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी, माननीय श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, केंद्रीय वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्री माननीय श्री जयंत चौधरी जी, कौशल विकास एवं उद्यमिता मंत्रालय के राज्य मंत्री माननीय श्री BL वर्मा जी, सामाजिक न्याय एवं अधिकारिता मंत्रालय के राज्य मंत्री, उपस्थित सभी विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, स्वास्थ्य एवं आयुष संस्थानों से जुड़े सम्मानित विशेषज्ञों, फार्मा क्षेत्र के प्रतिष्ठित उद्योग प्रतिनिधियों, शोधकर्ताओं, चिकित्सकों, केंद्र एवं राज्य सरकार के अधिकारीगण तथा इस वेबिनार से जुड़े सभी प्रतिभागियों को मेरा सादर नमस्कार। आज स्वास्थ्य आयुष और फार्मा क्षेत्र पर आयोजित इस महत्वपूर्ण पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार को संबोधित करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। केंद्रीय बजट 2026 भारत की समग्र, समावेशी और भविष्य उन्मुख स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्थाओं के निर्माण की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण और निर्णायक कदम है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में प्रस्तुत यह बजट सभी के लिए स्वास्थ्य के राष्ट्रीय संकल्प को और सशक्त बनाता है तथा विकसित भारत के लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति की दिशा में हमारी प्रगति को नई गति भी देता है। यह बजट स्पष्ट रूप से दर्शाता है कि एकीकृत स्वास्थ्य सेवा अब केवल सप्लीमेंट्री व्यवस्था नहीं बल्कि पब्लिक हेल्थ पॉलिसी का एक महत्वपूर्ण और केंद्रीय तत्व बन चुकी है। जहां आयुष मंत्रालय बजट 2014-15 में बजट मात्र 1069 करोड़ रुपए हुआ करता था, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व वाली सरकार आने के बाद से इसमें लगातार बढ़ोतरी हो रही है। आज आयुष मंत्रालय के लिए 4,408 करोड़ का प्रावधान किया गया है, जो भारत की हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को और सुदृढ़ करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। यह प्रावधान आयुष प्रणालियों को मेन स्ट्रीम में हेल्थ सर्विसेज में एकीकरण को आगे बढ़ाने में राष्ट्रीय आयुष मिशन के माध्यम से सेवाओं की पहुंच का विस्तार करने तथा देश भर में आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिरों को और सशक्त बनाने में सहायक होगा। इसके साथ साथ यह कदम प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर को बढ़ावा देने, एविडेंस बेस्ड उपचार पद्धतियों को प्रोत्साहित करने तथा प्राथमिक, द्वितीयक और तृतीयक स्तरों पर संस्थागत क्षमता को सुदृढ़ करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा। इस बजट की एक महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा कि 3 नए अखिल भारतीय आयुर्वेद संस्थानों की स्थापना है। इन संस्थानों के माध्यम से उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली स्नातक और स्नातकोत्तर शिक्षा, उन्नत नैदानिक सेवाओं तथा शोध कार्यों को व्यापक रूप से प्रोत्साहन मिलेगा। यह संस्थान तृतीयक स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की क्षमता को बढ़ाने के साथ साथ साक्ष्य आधारित एकीकृत स्वास्थ्य सेवा को भी मजबूती प्रदान करेगा। शैक्षणिक उत्कृष्टता और नैदानिक अनुसंधान में निवेश के माध्यम से सरकार आयुष प्रणालियों के प्रति जन विश्वास और संस्थागत विश्वसनीयता को और मजबूत कर रही है। गुणवत्ता सुनिश्चित करना हमारी नीतिगत प्राथमिकताओं का एक प्रमुख आधार है। आयुष औषधालयों और औषधि प्रशिक्षण प्रयोगशालाओं के अपग्रेडेशन से गुणवत्ता प्रमाणन, नियामकीय निगरानी और पेशेवर दक्षता को मजबूती मिलेगी। इस देश के नागरिकों को सुरक्षित, प्रभावी और उच्च गुणवत्ता वाली आयुष औषधियां उपलब्ध होगी और साथ ही भारत की निर्यात क्षमता भी सुदृढ़ हो जाएगी। इसके अतिरिक्त यह पहल औषधीय पौधों की खेती करने वाले किसानों तथा प्रसंस्करण और निर्माण से जुड़े सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्यमों की भी प्रोत्साहित करेगी। पारंपरिक चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में भारत की वैश्विक नेतृत्व भूमिका भी लगातार सशक्त हो रही है। जामनगर स्थित WHO ग्लोबल ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिनल सेंटर का अपग्रेडेशन भारत को वैश्विक ज्ञान केंद्र के रूप में और मजबूत करेगा। इस वर्ष की बजट घोषणाओं में राज्यों के सहयोगी से निजी क्षेत्र की भागीदारी के साथ 5 क्षेत्रीय मेडिकल हब स्थापित करने का प्रस्ताव भी एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। आदरणीय केंद्रीय स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्री श्री JP नड्डा जी के कुशल मार्गदर्शन में स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय और हमारे आयुष मंत्रालय द्वारा मिलकर ये हब एकीकृत स्वास्थ्य परिसरों के रूप में विकसित किए जाएंगे, जहां उन्नत चिकित्सा सेवाएं, शैक्षणिक संस्थान, और अनुसंधान सुविधाएं एक साथ उपलब्ध होगी। आयुष केंद्रों और मेडिकल वैल्यू टूरिज्म सुविधा केंद्रों के साथ ये हब घरेलू और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय रोगियों को समग्र स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं प्रदान करेंगे तथा भारत को मेडिकल वैल्यू ट्रैवल के लिए एक प्रमुख वैश्विक गंतव्य के रूप में स्थापित करने में भी मदद करेंगे। जैसा कि आज सुबह इस वेबिनार को एड्रेस करते समय माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी द्वारा आगे आने वाले समय में केयर गिवर्स के महत्व को बताया गया है, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए इस महत्वपूर्ण दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण प्रावधान किए जा रहे हैं। आने वाले वर्ष में 1.5 लाख केयर गिवर्स को प्रशिक्षित करने का लक्ष्य स्वास्थ्य क्षेत्र में कुशल मानव संसाधन की उपलब्धता को बढ़ाने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएगा। केयर गिवर्स को प्रशिक्षित करने की योजना निवारक, पुनर्वास और जेरियाट्रिक स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं को सशक्त बनाएगी। पिछले 1 दशक में आयुष क्षेत्र ने संस्थागत विकास, अनुसंधान, वैश्विक पहचान और जन स्वीकृति के क्षेत्र में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति की है। केंद्रीय बजट 2026 इस मजबूत आधार पर आगे बढ़ते हुए एक नई दिशा प्रदान करता है और हम विस्तार से उत्कृष्टता की ओर, व्यापकता से गुणवत्ता की ओर और राष्ट्रीय सुदृढ़ीकरण से वैश्विक नेतृत्व की ओर निरंतर प्रगतिशील है। यह बजट इस बात का स्पष्ट संकेत है कि सरकार एकीकृत स्वास्थ्य सेवा को राष्ट्रीय विकास की प्राथमिकता के रूप में स्थापित करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। यह सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य, रोजगार सृजन, ग्रामीण समृद्धि, नवाचार और वैश्विक सहयोग को एक साथ जोड़ता है। आज के इस वेबिनार की एक विशेषता यह भी है कि इसमें स्वास्थ्य, आयुष, कौशल विकास, उद्योग तथा सामाजिक न्याय जैसे विभिन्न क्षेत्रों का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाले माननीय मंत्रीगण एक साथ उपस्थित है। यह इस बात का स्पष्ट संकेत है कि भारत की स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था को सशक्त बनाने के लिए सरकार एक समन्वित और बहुक्षेत्रीय दृष्टिकोण पर कार्य कर रही है। मुझे विश्वास है कि यह सहयोग और समन्वय भारत को एक सशक्त, समावेशी और भविष्य उन्मुख स्वास्थ्य तंत्र के निर्माण में महत्वपूर्ण योगदान देगा। आज इस वेबिनार में उपस्थित सभी हितधारक, नीति निर्माता, उद्योग जगत के प्रतिनिधि, शोधकर्ता, चिकित्सक, उद्यमी और केंद्र एवं राज्य सरकार के अधिकारीगण मिलकर इन नीतिगत पहलों को प्रभावी परिणामों में परिवर्तित करने में अपनी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाएंगे। आइए हम सब मिलकर प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में स्वस्थ भारत, समृद्ध भारत के संकल्प को साकार करने के लिए कार्य करें, जहां पारंपरिक ज्ञान और आधुनिक विज्ञान मिलकर मानवता के कल्याण का मार्ग प्रशस्त करे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद सर। अब मैं श्री पीयूष गोयल जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी कि वे अपने विचार साझा करके हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। है अब मैं रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि श्री जगत प्रकाश नड्डा जी सर से, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर फॉर हेल्थ एंड फैमिली वेलफेयर एंड केमिकल्स एंड फर्टिलाइजर्स, कि वे अपना एड्रेस दें, अपने विचार हमसे साझा करें और हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें। सर।
के इस वेबिनार में जुड़े हुए पीयूष गोयल जी, प्रताप राव जाधव जी, जयंत चौधरी जी, BL वर्मा जी, सभी अधिकारीगण, ऑफिसर्स और टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट्स और पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो इस वेबिनार में जुड़े हैं। ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण और बहुत ही काबिल तारीफ इनिशिएटिव है कि हम पोस्ट बजट वेबिनार में हम इस तरीके से सब्जेक्ट वाइज जो बजट में अनाउंसमेंट्स हुई हैं उसको हम क्रियान्वित करने के लिए एक कैरी फॉरवर्ड जो हमारा रोड मैप है उसके बारे में हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं आज सुबह दिन भर से। और ये जो ब्रेकआउट सेशंस हुए इसमें जिस तरीके से डेलिब्रेशंस हुई हैं और हमारे अधिकारियों ने, हमारे टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट्स ने, एकेडमिया ने जो इंटरवेंशंस अपने रखे हैं वो इम्पैक्टफुल सजेशंस निश्चित रूप से बजट को और बजट के अनाउंसमेंट्स को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करने में बहुत ही सुविधा भी प्रदान करेंगे और रास्ता प्रशस्त करेंगे रोड मैप में कि किस तरीके से हम उन सारी चीज़ों को कार्य रूप दे सके, इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकें। आज प्रातः प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो उद्बोधन था उसमें जो फोकस विशेष करके हेल्थ के क्षेत्र के लिए था उसमें बहुत बड़ी बात थी सर्विस डिलीवरी की जो उन्होंने हेल्थ सेक्टर के लिए कही। और सर्विस डिलीवरी के साथ साथ सर्विस की अवेलेबिलिटी भी और क्वालिटी केयर और इसके लिए स्किल्ड वर्कफोर्स और स्पेशलाइज्ड केयर की बात उन्होंने विशेष करके कही। और जो अभी VK पॉल जी ने जो समअप किया उसमें उन्होंने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से विस्तार से सारी डिटेल्स कि हम किस तरीके से इन अनाउंसमेंट्स का रोड मैप बनाएंगे और इसका अनफोल्डमेंट कैसे होगा उसके बारे में उन्होंने विस्तार से डिटेल में हम सबके सामने रखा है। और इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के जो वेरियस एस्पेक्ट्स हैं उस पर भी उन्होंने बहुत गहराई से जो ब्रेकआउट सेशंस में डेलिब्रेशंस हुई उससे मैं समझ सकता हूं कि बहुत ही मीनिंगफुल डिस्कशन आज ब्रेकआउट सेशन में हुआ है जिसके कारण आज हम इस नतीजे पर पहुंचे हैं जो आपने अभी अपने समनिंग अप जो डेलिब्रेशंस थी उसके बारे में आपने बताया। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जहां केयर गिवर्स और ट्रेनिंग पर इम्पोर्टेंस दिया वहीं हेल्थ केयर का इकोसिस्टम स्ट्रांग हो इसके लिए भी उन्होंने बहुत जोर दिया है। बजट के अनाउंसमेंट्स में जो 2026 में हेल्थ सेक्टर में है उसके 3 आयाम हैं। सबसे पहला है एक्सपेंशन ऑफ द एलाइड हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स और ये बहुत ही एक एम्बिशियस योजना है। 1 लाख हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स को ट्रेन करना है हमने 5 साल के अंदर और एक तरीके से कहा जाए तो यह भारत के हेल्थ प्रोवाइडर्स में और भारत के हेल्थ केयर में एक बहुत बड़ा चेंज लाएगा, एक परिवर्तन लाएगा। और इसके लिए हम सब लोगों ने जो उसकी डेलिब्रेशंस में आपने जो पॉइंट्स को जोड़ा है वो मुझे पूरा विश्वास दिलाता है कि उस रास्ते अगर हम चलेंगे तो हमें सफलता मिलेगी। दूसरा है कि हमने मेंटल और जेरियाट्रिक हेल्थ केयर सर्विसेज को भी हमने आगे बढ़ाने का तय किया है और उसकी इम्प्रूव करना, मेंटल हेल्थ को, जेरियाट्रिक हेल्थ सर्विसेज को, ये हम लोगों ने लक्ष्य रखा है। उसी तरीके से इम्प्रूविंग ऑफ द इमरजेंसी एंड ट्रॉमा केयर, ये 3 हमने बजट में हेल्थ सेक्टर में चीज़ों को आगे अनाउंसमेंट्स में रखा है। और जहाँ तक स्केलिंग ऑफ द एलाइड हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल्स है इसके लिए हमको एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव केयर इकोसिस्टम डेवलप करना पड़ेगा, बिल्डिंग करनी पड़ेगी, बिल्डिंग ऑफ ए वेरी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव केयर इकोसिस्टम। और इसके लिए नए इंस्टीट्यूशंस की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी और जो एग्जिस्टिंग इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनका अपग्रेडेशन भी करना पड़ेगा। और जैसा हमने कहा कि 1 लाख लोगों को, वर्कफोर्स को जब हम 5 साल में ट्रेनिंग देंगे तो हमें क्वालिटी हेल्थ केयर सर्विसेज पर भी ध्यान देना पड़ेगा और विशेष करके जो एक जिस पर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी सुबह जोर दिया कि जेरियाट्रिक हेल्थ केयर के लिए जो क्वालिटी हेल्थ केयर गिवर्स हैं उसकी ट्रेनिंग पर भी हमको बहुत जोर देने की आवश्यकता है और इसका स्कोप भी बहुत ज़्यादा है। आने वाले समय में हमारे बुजुर्गों की संख्या बढ़ने वाली है और हमारी केयर गिवर्स की आवश्यकता बढ़ने वाली है और उनको हम क्वालिटी हेल्थ केयर दे सके, ये एक फील्ड है जिसमें हमको आगे बढ़ने की ज़रूरत है और ये यूथ को बहुत एम्प्लॉयमेंट की अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी देगा, ऐसा भी हमें लगता है और इसलिए हमको यूथ को इसके तरफ इन्वॉल्व भी करना चाहिए और उनको उनके लिए प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग की फैसिलिटीज़ को हमको प्रोवाइड करना चाहिए। एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण घोषणा हुई है कि हमारे यहाँ साउथ में और ईस्टर्न साइड में हेल्थ केयर के दृष्टि से, मेंटल हेल्थ केयर की दृष्टि से अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशंस डेवलप हुए हैं। बेंगलुरु में निम्हांस है, उसी तरीके से तेजपुर में है और उसी तरीके से हमारे रांची में भी है। लेकिन अभी हम लोगों ने जो डिक्लेयर किया है वो ये कि हम निम्हांस के जैसा इंस्टीट्यूशन एक नॉर्थ इंडिया में भी खोलेंगे और ये एक बहुत बड़ी घोषणा है। इसको भी एनफोर्समेंट करने के लिए ये प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की लीडरशिप में एक बहुत बड़ी घोषणा है और इसके लिए मेंटल वेलबींग के लिए फोरफ्रंट पर इस नेशनल एजेंडा को हमको आगे ले जाने की आवश्यकता होगी और उसी तरीके से मेंटल हेल्थ केयर को नीचे कॉमन मैन को मिल सके तो हमको ट्रेनिंग के पार्ट से 1,80,000 जो हमारे आयुष्मान आरोग्य मंदिर हैं उसमें भी हमको अपने कम्युनिटी हेल्थ ऑफिसर्स को और उसके साथ साथ हमारे एएनएम्स को और हमारे आशा वर्कर्स को केयर गिवर के रूप में एक अच्छी ट्रेनिंग देनी पड़ेगी और इसकी अनफोल्डमेंट के लिए हमको एक रास्ता देखना पड़ेगा ताकि हम जो पायनियर इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं निम्हांस जैसे, वहाँ से लेकर नीचे ग्रास रूट लेवल पे मेंटल हेल्थ केयर को हम एक मीनिंगफुल आयाम दे सकें और अवेलेबिलिटी के साथ साथ क्वालिटी केयर दे सके, इसको हमको देखना पड़ेगा। जो हमारे नया निम्हांस बनने वाला है उसके क्लिनिकल केयर, ट्रेनिंग एंड रिसर्च नॉर्थ इंडिया में, वो भी इस पार्ट को हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि हम उसको वो एक ऐसा इंस्टीट्यूट बने जो नॉर्थ इंडिया में हमको एक मीनिंगफुल क्लिनिकल केयर दे सके और वहाँ ट्रेनिंग और रिसर्च इस पर भी हमको जोर देना पड़ेगा। तो जो हम नॉर्थ इंडिया में निम्हांस खोलने की बात सोच रहे हैं तो उसमें रिसर्च वाला जो एस्पेक्ट है उसको हमको प्रायोरिटी वाइज आगे रखना पड़ेगा और ट्रेनिंग के पार्ट को भी हमको स्ट्रेंथन करना पड़ेगा। रांची का जो सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट फॉर साइकेट्री है उसके लिए भी बजट में अनाउंसमेंट में उसको हमको निम्हांस के लेवल तक का लाना है। तो यह भी, इसकी भी रोड मैप बहुत डिटेल में बनाई है हमारे लोगों ने, लेकिन इसमें भी time is a very important factor. So we will have to see that this roadmap जो हम बता रहे हैं इनका अनफोल्डमेंट विद इन द टाइम लिमिट्स हो सके, इसको भी हमको जरूर देखना पड़ेगा। मेंटल हेल्थ केयर में पिछले 20 सालों में बहुत परिवर्तन आया है और इस परिवर्तन के कारण हमारे जो इलाज करने के तरीके हैं उसमें भी बहुत परिवर्तन आया है, तो उसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखते हुए इन सारी चीज़ों को देखना पड़ेगा। ये जो LGB रीजनल इंस्टीट्यूट मेंटल हेल्थ केयर तेजपुर है, ये ईस्टर्न पार्ट को और नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न पार्ट को अच्छे से सर्व करेगा और इसकी कैपेसिटी को हमको बढ़ाना है इसको, और इसकी कैपेसिटी को बढ़ाने के लिए हमको तीव्र गति से काम करना पड़ेगा। जो तीसरा आयाम है वो है स्ट्रेंथनिंग ऑफ द इमरजेंसी एंड ट्रॉमा केयर, और ये इनिशिएटिव जो है ट्रॉमा केयर डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल्स में करना है। तो डिस्ट्रिक्ट हॉस्पिटल्स में अभी पॉल साहब बता रहे थे, इट इज नॉट दैट सेटिंग अप ऑफ ए हार्डवेयर, एक बिल्डिंग खड़ी कर दी और बिल्डिंग खड़ी करने के बाद उसमें कुछ डॉक्टर्स एलोकेट कर दिए। नहीं, ट्रॉमा यूनिट इज ए फुल फ्लेजेड यूनिट राइट फ्रॉम द प्लेस ऑफ द एक्सीडेंट, राइट फ्रॉम द प्लेस ऑफ द एक्सीडेंट से उसको वहां से एक ट्रेन्ड मैन पावर के द्वारा लिफ्ट करना या उसको एम्बुलेंस में डालने से लेकर के उसकी मैनेजमेंट को करते हुए हॉस्पिटल तक लाना, और हॉस्पिटल में भी उसकी देखभाल के लिए जो सारी फैसिलिटीज है उन फैसिलिटीज को क्रिएट करना, साथ में उसके क्वालिटी को भी मेंटेन करना, ये सारी चीजें हमको देखनी पड़ेंगी। तो एक तो टाइमली केयर फॉर ट्रॉमा विक्टिम्स, रिड्यूस द आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर, और उसके बाद नो वन टू बी डिनाइड फ्रॉम टाइमली एंड द लाइफ सेविंग केयर। इन सारी चीजों को हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि किस तरीके से हम इसको करते हैं। आपने अपने प्रेजेंटेशन में बहुत अच्छे तरीके से उसको बताया है कि व्हाट आर द एस्पेक्ट्स व्हिच वी हैव टू टेक केयर। तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें इन बारीकियों को अब इम्प्लीमेंट करने की का समय आया है, तो हम इन सब चीज़ों को अच्छे से करेंगे। ऐसा मैं वेबिनार के माध्यम से जो आप लोगों के सजेशंस आए हैं, जिसको पॉल साहब ने सम अप किया है, तो उन सब चीज़ों को हम ध्यान में रखेंगे। अंत में I would also like to thank the policymakers, experts, and the practitioners and the other stakeholders for sharing their insights and the breakout sessions today. And discussions have highlighted the implementation strategies, way forward, and the implementation of the announcements of the budget. इसमें हमें stakeholders को भी साथ में जोड़ना पड़ेगा, इसलिए I urge that the states, institutions, industry and academia and the development partners, we all have to work together to translate these policies initiatives for a measurable outcomes. So it is not only by one single webinar that we are going to get these outcomes. It should be a continuous process where from time to time, the health experts, the policymakers, and the development partners and academia and industry should come together and discuss and try to thrash out the bottlenecks. तो वो bottlenecks क्योंकि जब हम in course of time हम करेंगे तो bottlenecks भी आएंगी, उन bottlenecks को दूर करने के लिए आपके suggestions बड़े important होंगे। तो ये सब कुछ अगर हम करेंगे तो we will be going forward with the principle of Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. With these words, I certainly I'm very optimistic about it, that this webinar has given us a very good, has thrown a good light on the way forward, and we have to implement it. I assure the stakeholders with your cooperation, we will go forward in this direction. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable and insightful guidance. We assure you that we will take time-bound action in continuous consultation with stakeholders, sir. Now, I would request Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Union Minister for Commerce and Industry, for his address and guidance. Sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. All my colleague ministers, Shri J.P. Nadda ji, Honorable Minister for Health, Shri Jayant Chaudhary ji, Shri Pratap Jadhav ji, Shri B.L. Verma ji, secretaries, experts from the healthcare sector, captains of industry, and all the distinguished participants who have joined this webinar. Well, first of all, we are holding this webinar on a aftermath of a very remarkable victory that India has just had yesterday, and it's been a celebratory mood. Congratulations to our men in blue, being the first ever team to win back-to-back T20 World Cup titles, and truly makes 140 crore Indians proud. I say this because it's the same exceptional skills, determination, and teamwork that our cricket team displayed on the field is what we need across government, industry, and academia to turn the budget announcements into ground level realities. As Honorable Prime Minister said this morning while inaugurating the webinar, and I quote, fulfilling public aspirations is not just a subject. It is the core objective of this budget, and it is a resolution of our government. Unquote. The budget presented by the Modi government is ensuring Sabka Sath, Sabka Vikas across sectors across the country, whether it is education, skills, health, tourism, sports, culture, industry, exports. It's every sector has interlinkages. Every sector depends on the success of the other. And just like a team, every player contributes to the final victory, I think we are all in it together, and together we can take India fast forward in the Amrit Kal in our journey towards Viksit Bharat. Under Prime Minister Modi, the country's health infrastructure has become remarkably stronger. The reach of health services has today extended to every village. This budget that takes that vision several leaps forward through initiatives like 5 regional medical hubs, the NIMHANS 2 program, 3 new All India Institutes of Ayurveda, increased budget for the healthcare sector, and our effort to further strengthen the Ayushman Bharat program. These medical hubs will be integrated healthcare ecosystems, combining super specialty hospitals, advanced diagnostics, Ayush wellness centers, medical education, and research facilities, collectively promoting India's medical value tourism also. फ्रेंड्स, आप सब जानते हैं कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारत ने 9 फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स संपन्न किए हैं पिछले 3-3.5 वर्षों में। उसमें से 5 तो पिछले 12 महीनों में ही किए गए और लगभग विश्व का 2/3 अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार अब भारत के लिए खुला है। भारत को उसमें प्रेफरेंशियल एक्सेस है। बाकी देशों की स्पर्धा में हमारे ऊपर कम ड्यूटी लगती है। हमारे लिए द्वार खुले हैं व्यापार बढ़ाने के लिए और शायद भारत के इतिहास में इतना बड़ा व्यापार के लिए सौगात हमारे फार्मास्यूटिकल इंडस्ट्री, हमारे हेल्थ सेक्टर को आज से पहले कभी नहीं मिली है। ये फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट्स हमारे किसानों के लिए, मछुआरों के लिए, एमएसएमई सेक्टर में जुड़े हुए छोटे उद्योग और व्यापारियों के लिए, जो हमारे उद्योग जगत की बड़ी कंपनियां हैं, फार्मास्यूटिकल कंपनियां हैं, मेडटेक का सेक्टर है जो मेडिकल इक्विपमेंट बनाता है, जो इनोवेशन नवाचार में काम कर रहे हैं, उन सब के लिए एक प्रकार से नए दरवाजे, नए द्वार खोलता है विश्व के बाजार में अंतरराष्ट्रीय पटल पर उपभोक्ताओं की सेवा करने के लिए। इसीलिए भारत को फार्मेसी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड कहा जाता है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है ये जो मजबूत नींव रखी गई है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, ये हमें आगे चल के बड़ी छलांग लगाने के लिए सहायता करेगी, अवसर खोलेगी। मैं इस दिशा में 5 बिंदु आप सबके समक्ष रखना चाहता हूं। इसको हम प्रायोरिटी मान सकते हैं कि अगर हम सब इन 5 बिंदुओं को लेके अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाते हैं तो अमृत काल के आने वाले 22 वर्षों में 2047 तक भारत निश्चित रूप से एक बहुत ही समृद्ध विकसित देश बनने के लिए पूरी तरीके से तैयार होगा। पहला, ये जो हमने फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट किए हैं, अब इसका लाभ तो बिजनेस और उद्योग जगत को, व्यापार जगत को ही लेना होगा। उसमें हमारे अस्पतालों को ही मेडिकल वैल्यू टूरिज्म को प्रोत्साहन देना होगा। हम रास्ते खोल सकते हैं, रास्ता बना सकते हैं, पर फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट व्यापार और बिजनेस नहीं कर सकते। हमें अभी एक हेल्थ केयर इकोसिस्टम बनाना है, चाहे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हो, चाहे इनोवेशन हो, हमारे स्टार्टअप्स का काम हो, हमारे अस्पतालों का काम हो। इन सबको मिलके देश को एफटीएस का लाभ लेने के लिए तैयार करना है। एमएसएमईज का इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान होगा, खास तौर पे क्वालिटी अपग्रेडेशन, गुणवत्ता अच्छी हो और अच्छी टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज रखकर जो सामान भारत से जाए वो ब्रांड इंडिया, भारत के नाम को और उजागर करे, भारत की क्षमताओं को विश्व के सामने रखे और भारत अच्छी क्वालिटी के साथ गिना जाए, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता रहनी चाहिए। और अब तो यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स ऑफ अमेरिका, यूरोपियन यूनियन, यूनाइटेड किंगडम, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, न्यूजीलैंड, एफ्टा के 4 देश स्विट्जरलैंड, नॉर्वे, लिechtenstein और आइसलैंड, खाड़ी के 2 देशों से तो हो चुका है, यूएई, ओमान, अब 6 के 6 मिडिल ईस्ट कंट्रीज जीसीसी एग्रीमेंट करना चाहती हैं। कनाडा से बातचीत तेज गति से चल रही है। मर्कोसोर के साथ यानी लैटिन अमेरिका की कंट्रीज के साथ भी बातचीत आगे बढ़ रही है। यूरेशिया हमारे साथ संबंध बनाने के लिए उत्सुक है। एक प्रकार से पूरी दुनिया ने समझ लिया है कि भारत के साथ व्यापारिक संबंध बढ़ा के एक आगे आने वाले दिनों में बड़ा बाजार जो आज के $4 ट्रिलियन से बढ़ के कम से कम $30 ट्रिलियन आने वाले 2-2.5 दशकों में बनेगा, इतना बड़ा अपॉर्चुनिटी शायद ही इतिहास में किसी और देश ने प्रस्तुत की होगी। दूसरा, हमें अपनी मेडिकल सेक्टर को एक्सपोर्ट के साथ और बड़े रूप में जोड़ना है। हमने अपने लोगों को ट्रेन करना चाहिए, जैसे केयर गिवर्स हैं, नर्सेज हैं, बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे उनकी आवश्यकता है विश्व में, भारत में भी है, विश्व में भी है। अगर हम उन सब चीजों पे स्किल डेवलपमेंट, और जयंत जी हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, स्किल डेवलपमेंट पे फोकस करते हैं तो एक ऐसा वर्कफोर्स तैयार करेंगे जो आगे चलकर भारत के व्यापार को भी बढ़ाएगा, भारत में रेमिटेंसेस बढ़ाएगा, भारत के बना हुआ सामान को भी वहां पे भेजने में सहूलियत क्रिएट करेगा, और आगे चल के क्वालिटी और स्किल, ये दोनों भारत को आगे विश्व की सेवा करने के लिए तैयार करेंगे। हमने इंटरनेशनल फेलोशिप्स के माध्यम से, नए कोलैबोरेशंस के माध्यम से और टैलेंट को प्रमोट करके इस दिशा में तेजी से आगे कदम उठाना होगा। मुझे विश्वास है आज के वेबिनार जैसे अलग अलग जो माध्यम से हमारी चर्चाएं होती हैं, ये इस दिशा में हमें आगे काम करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित करेंगे। डिजिटल हेल्थ और एआई इंटीग्रेशन, आज पूरी दुनिया इस पे विशेष ध्यान दे रही है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस से हमने डरना नहीं है, हमने अपनाना है, हमने उसका लाभ भारत में लेके आना है, और उसके माध्यम से भारत विश्व की भी सेवा कर पाएगा। अच्छी अप्लाइड टेक्नोलॉजीज आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में भारत में बनाने के लिए हमारे पास टैलेंट है। टेलीमेडिसिन को बढ़ावा देने के लिए एआई का इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है। एआई ड्रिवन डायग्नोस्टिक से बीमारियों के बारे में अच्छी जानकारियां और किस चीज पर हमें अपना ध्यान केंद्रित करना है, ये सामने आएगा। एक प्रकार से ये एक ऐसा विषय है जो हमारे लिए 140 करोड़ देशवासियों तक अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं पहुंचाने का माध्यम बन सकता है। चौथा, हमने एक बहुमुखी सोच के साथ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव, होलिस्टिक, इंटीग्रेटेड हेल्थ केयर इकोसिस्टम बनाना है। साइलोज में नहीं सोचते, कोई आयुष अलग है, आयुर्वेद या एलोपैथिक अलग है, अलग अलग लोग अलग अलग दिशा में चलेंगे तो लाभ नहीं होगा। हम सब मिल के चलें, एक साथ काम करें, तो मुझे विश्वास है कि इसका बड़ा लाभ देश को हो सकता है। और आखिर 5वां विषय, ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन आस्ते आस्ते दुनिया अपनाना शुरू कर रहा है। लोगों को आयुर्वेद के, योग के लाभ समझ में आने लगे हैं। मुझे लगता है हमने इसमें शोध करना चाहिए, इंटरनेशनली इसको स्टैंडर्डाइज करना चाहिए, ग्लोबल कोलैबोरेशंस के माध्यम से इसको नए देशों तक लेके जाना चाहिए। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है अगर हम सब मिलके इस दिशा में काम करेंगे तो भारत को एक विश्व गुरु, एक विकसित भारत बनाने से कोई रोक नहीं पाएगा। एक स्वस्थ भारत, विकसित भारत का स्तंभ बनेगा, नींव बनेगा, और हम हमारे सभी देशवासियों को अच्छी स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं देने में सफल होंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your motivational address highlighting the unprecedented global potential that we have and the tremendous global opportunities at this point of time. I take this opportunity to thank all the honorable ministers, honorable member Niti Aayog, my colleagues from various ministries, the distinguished panelists, and the dear stakeholders. Thank you for very fruitful and productive and vibrant sessions that we had today. We are motivated by your overwhelming participation, and we assure all of you that we will work hard in a time-bound manner to actualize the vision laid out in this budget. And thank you very much once more.
Thank you.
This meeting is no longer being recorded. Your meeting has ended.